Good morning. Welcome to Brandenburg News Network. I am Donna Brandenburg, and it is the 5th day of January 2024. Welcome to our show today. Very, very nice that you joined us today. I've got a couple of people that are supposed to be on today, and we're going to see how this goes because we're coming up to J6, and I think that there may be some surprises in store for us. So we're just going to kind of move ahead here and see what the day holds for us in the weekend. But I want to invite in my esteemed guests right now, Karen the Riveter and Ralph the IT guy. How you guys doing?
Good morning.
I feel like I've had one of these bad hair days, and the day has even started here. It's like I look at, like, what is it, Milei from Argentina and President Trump. I gotta say right there, I'm feeling pretty secure right now.
See, I don't have bad hair days anymore because I don't have hair.
Oh, there you go. You're gonna think this is hilarious. So Ivan Raiklin is scheduled to be on today, and so is Tom Speciale. And I interviewed Tom the other night. So his is a taped interview because he couldn't come on during the day because these guys are working. So there are times when their schedules change, and so we just accommodate them, which is just fine. So at any rate, Tom gets on the other day, and he's talking in front of the Supreme Court, and says, of course, he got really loud, and he said, and everybody listens to him because he's bald. And I was laughing so hard. I'm like, what a statement. That's one of those statements. Of course they listen to me because I've got a loud voice and I'm bald. And I'm like, I don't even know how to respond to that right now, but it's funny.
Yeah, well, you certainly don't have bad hair days. That's for sure. Although you do bump your head on stuff a lot more. Well, it's kind of funny. You don't think about it, but like if I'm working underneath a car or something like that, you don't really realize how much like advanced warning of impending bumping your head you get from having hair. It's like having a whole bunch of little antennas, They're
curb feelers.
Yeah, curb feelers. There you go. The shorter my hair got, and the less of it I had on my head, the more I bumped my head on things.
Oh gosh, I love you guys. This is so funny. Such a joy to talk to both of you always, because it's going to end in laughing, and I always love that. It's like phenomenal. So can I mention the awesome gift I received this week?
Yes.
Okay, so Karen, the Riveter, calls me and says, I've got a Christmas gift for you. And I'm like, okay.
No,
so,
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you said kind of stuff.
I didn't.
Okay, tell me exactly what you said.
It's not a Christmas gift.
Oh,
but I want to give it to you before Christmas.
All right.
Go ahead.
An un-Christmas gift. And so we're trying to find times that we could get together for this un-Christmas gift. And I'm thinking, well, okay, this is great. I'm really looking forward to just sitting down and talking with Karen, right? So at any rate, we schedule a day, and Karen, the Riveter, comes by, and we sit and we talk, and she hauls out this amazing gift. And I am so speechless that I'm like, how do you return a gift this great? That was like one of my first reactions to it, really, because, and I got to tell you, she gave me a gift of a couple of drawings that she had done, and the detail in these, they're of horses. The detail of these drawings is just absolutely magnificent, and I can't even explain how talented you are to everyone out there. And I was really touched. I mean, I was super, and I mean super, super touched by this. So now my quandary is I've got to get these things framed in a way that I've got another gift that a friend gave me that I've been in framing stress, because I want to make sure that I frame it correctly to give it the honor that it deserves. And so I've got to figure out how to frame these things in a way that honors them because I'm so touched. It's like, man, I don't want to screw this up in the framing. You know,
I can help you if you want.
There you go. That's what I was looking for right there. So we're going to go together and find the best possible framing scenario for these two drawings because they're just really amazing. I mean, truly, truly amazing. Then you shared a whole bunch of them with me that you've done on Scratchboard. And I think we need to have a Karen the Riveter art show.
When I'm good. But like I said, I didn't show you the ugly ones.
Well, I think that's the way with most artists is I think people, I think I've got a little bit of artistic interaction in my background. And I know I used to throw out about 90% of what I would draw. And I go in there and draw for a while and I hate this. And I throw it in a corner somewhere. And next time around it would go in the trash. And, people would say, well, how many of these did you get before you got the right one? Like a squiggle for a logo or something like that. Oh, sometimes 150 of them, sometimes more, until I got what I really liked. The rest of it in the trash it goes, But yeah, you're amazing, totally amazing.
The reason I said it was not a Christmas gift is not to do with the holiday itself, but because I wanted to give them to you for a long time. Because one is a black horse, one is a white horse. Donna is a dark horse. And she has had both black and white horses. And they totally were quite similar to the horses in the drawings. So yeah, I just thought they always belonged to Donna because when I asked a photographer for permission to do them, he gave me permission to do anything with it because I as an artist, I'm an imitator. Sometimes I make stuff up originally, but a lot of the time I try to take like a photograph or a set of photographs and put them together into something that imitates the photograph as closely as I can with pencil usually. And I was permitted to do that, but I had to agree not to sell it. So they've just been sitting unframed, and it's just I've got a lot of pieces that are just sitting. Some of them are framed because they've been in art shows and didn't sell. And since the scamdemic happened and all the art shows for that year were shut down, I had an inspiration to do something for myself, and I'm really proud of that piece. I think I sent you a picture of that one, Snow Leopard, and I really like it because it's got really good color in it too. And that one made me feel happy for myself. Other than that, I haven't done anything since artistically. I've been too busy, fighting for my little corner of the world to do artwork.
Well, and I think that's a really good point is that a lot of us have set our lives aside on the things that we enjoy doing in order to get in this fight for real and fight for this nation, for this world, for the children that are being trafficked. I mean, there's so many different areas that all of us are fighting in right now. It really is unbelievable.
Hey, I finally managed to scrounge up about 2 hours to work on my old cars about a week ago. That was nice.
Yeah, I actually went horseback riding last week, and I hardly have the time to do that because I spend so much time trying to get information out, connecting people and such. And I got to tell you, this the meeting on the 27th, I'll be down at Mar-a-Lago right before that meeting. And then when I come back on the 27th is the Constitution Party of Michigan, which is a U.S. Taxpayers Party. We're going to be having a meeting in Dorr, Michigan. And this should be a lot of fun. So far, Dar Leaf is going to be there speaking, and so is Paul Urban, who was on yesterday. And I've gotten a lot of response from people that are absolutely sick of the Republican Party. I mean, really sick of it, and ready to do something different. We can't conduct ourselves this way anymore. And I don't know if you guys saw an interview last night. Maybe I should post this interview a minute just to have something to talk about, because I honestly, I was beyond shocked at the interview that I saw. And let me see if I can get this thing posted a minute, because
I just shared one just before the show.
Did you?
You're talking about a Fox Detroit interview?
All right, let me grab it from your Telegram. So everybody should go to Karen's Telegram channel. She's got a great channel. And
it's really kind of funny though when you get that busy and you've had absolutely zero spare time to even breathe, and then you manage to get just a couple of hours of time that things let up after like months of it, and you realize how busy you were and how busy you still are and how busy you're going to be, but at least you've got a couple hours reprieve.
Yeah. Let me see if I can grab that interview here a minute.
Oh, but yeah, it's hard to do that when we've all got so much work to do, to try and write this thing.
Right, and not enough of us doing it. That's a biggie. So, but this whole thing with the Taxpayers Party, I mean, and with Paul Urban, what we have going forward, I think it's going to be a really great thing, because if we have enough people to work together, we don't have to seat the entire government. We just need to seat some key positions. And
well, it's like the old the old saying about how successful the gnome electricians were, because many hands make light work.
Yeah, you're funny. That's like a terrible dad joke right now, but I'm going to let it slide. Oh, you're really proud of yourself, aren't you, Ralph?
I love that one.
So here we go. I'm going to play this, and then I want to show you some things, because this week it was really telling, because we had there were so many majorly bad things that have happened within the Republican Party this week, including a couple of court cases that were decided, or judgments that were come down on contempt of court for Christina Caramo, and the implications it is for the rest of the party, including state committee. So anyhow, let's listen to this. This is kind of ridiculous, but we'll listen to it anyway.
2023, a huge milestone for the Motor City. The lowest number of homicides since the 1960s.
You guys hear it?
It's something police and activists
yeah.
heard in tonight. Detroit's top cop, as well as a well-known activist, talk about how even more lives can be saved.
All right, let me move this.
But first, ahead of a huge election cycle for our state and country, there's new. The chairwoman herself is with us tonight, as is former Republican State Majority Leader Rocky Richkowski, debating which direction the party should go at this major crossroads. It all starts right now.
Okay, let's cut off the ads here, guys.
So we'll begin with Christina, and we'll thank you for joining us today. I think in the news, you're one of the most high-profile people, at least this week, if not this month. Oh, here's the deal. You were charged with a responsibility here of moving the party forward last February and cleaning up the financial mess. Right now, we're looking at a $500,000 hole of the debt. And is it safe to say that the party has not moved forward under your leadership?
Oh, it is good. For one, $500,000 of debt that I inherited, and we're cleaning it up, and we're facing blowback for that. The thing about it is we looked over the last 3 cycles, the Michigan Republican Party and the Republican Party as a whole has lost influence. It's lost credibility, and to restore that and course correct, you're going to have some bumps in the road, but we're very pleased with the direction that we're going in. One of the things is we're bringing new people into the party, and one of the things is we're fortifying and focusing on restoring the middle class. We're focused on informing the everyday citizen how our government works. One of the challenges is most people are just told to go vote. And that's it. We want citizens to be informed and engaged of how our government works, how to hold our elected officials accountable, and how to have better political representation.
Part of the job that you have as party chair is to unite people. And right now you're talking about a number of people, and you need 75% of the state commission to basically say, hey, we want to remove Christina Caramo. Right now you have a lot of people, 8 out of 13 of the Congressional District Commission chairs, including the co-chair, saying, let's kick Garabo to the curb. And then you have Dawn Beatty, who supported you initially and said that this is a tyrannical, incompetent dumpster fire, talking about your administration. That doesn't sound like you're bringing the party together or moving it forward.
Well, first of all, when you turn to the co-chair and the 8 of the 13 district chairs, the fact that they had to rely on a deceptive letter says a lot about their character. And maybe those individuals reflect why the Republican Party has failed so miserably in the past. So, of course, people who want to cling on to the failed status quo are going to be very upset when you try to change it in a new direction. So quoting the disgruntled former employees is a really incredible claim. The reality is, why has the Republican Party as a whole lost influence? Why is it that young people tend to be Democrat? That is a question that many people need to answer, and I'm determined to.
Rocky, she's determined to answer that question and say, look, this is just a bump in the road. Is this more than that?
Why are shamrocks green? There's a lot of questions. But, today is like Festivus. We're going to air our grievances, and let's do it respectfully. But I'm going to say, Christina, I appreciate the rhetoric and the verbosity of the way you put it out. But there are a lot of problems within our party right now. For example, I spoke with Warren Carpenter and Mark Fortin, who's the chair of the Macomb County Republicans, before I came here tonight. And one of their biggest problems, and my biggest problem as a Republican in the state of Michigan, is why are you suing a trust for a building that you do not own? That building was set up for the state Republican Party to use. You shouldn't be suing and then using the state committee without them voting to authorize that lawsuit.
Mr. Ramos will use their name in order to get money back, in order to make whole this party.
The fact that you would cite Warren Carpenter is highly questionable. He is a disgruntled and discredited individual. He's the Michael. Hey, let me finish. Let me finish. He's the Michael Cohen of Michigan. This man ran around. Let me finish. This man ran around telling our volunteers before the Mackinac Leadership Conference that they will go to jail if they volunteer with the party. He ran around telling people we were committing fraud and the conference was going to fail. Even though Finley put out a report claiming the conference is going to fail, and it succeeded. You guys have been doubting this administration. To keep persevering. Now, to your question regarding the trust, we are simply seeking declaratory relief from a judge. The former administration, they lied to us. The former chair told us the party was debt free in December 2022.
It was.
No, it was. Well, then why did the Coverup show us the line of credit of $440,000? No, that was not from the former administration. $180,000 of credit card debt. Yes, but let me finish. I'm going to answer that question directly about the trust.
Go ahead.
Yes, the reality is we are seeking declaratory relief from a judge. We are not seeking any kind of punitive damages. So we're not seeking money from anybody. It's not punitive damages. We're asking for declaratory relief, which is in my right to do as chair. Why? Because I have a fiduciary duty to the party. If I have to clean something up and it ruffles a few feathers, so be it. I'm going to do my job as chair.
It's not your building, right?
No, wait a minute.
It's not your building, though.
Well, hold on. It's a dispute. And again, I'm not the judge. I'm not a lawyer. So the thing about it, some of those questions are for our attorney. However,
but that's a inside baseball kind of thing. There's a lot of inside baseball going on. I don't know if he wants to it or out. We'll ask him that in a minute here. But you were fined today by a Hillsdale County judge, basically saying you're in contempt of court because you didn't reinstate the chair of the Hillsdale County Republican that the judge said is the proper chair.
Well, here's the thing. That was the former administration at the state. No, I did not. I didn't even file the case. I was drugged into a case I had absolutely nothing to do with. The reality is there was dispute in Hillsdale County, and that the former administration settled the dispute. We were simply waiting out to see how the court would rule. I'm going to finish. We were never sent we were never sent an official responsibility, anything from the court to do anything. The reality is we went back to court and we discussed it with the court how to settle this matter regarding Hillsdale County with the former administration.
Your attorney is giving you a lot of bad advice.
No.
Mr. Harlan,
I think Charlie hit the nail on the head when he said there's a lot of inside baseball. The people watching on the other side of the camera are Republicans or Democrats who aren't in the weeds with this, but they do wonder whether or not this party can be moved forward. There are people who feel disenfranchised who are not young people, but people who've been part of the party for many years who didn't like the fact that you claim that Trump won this election. Do you still believe that Donald Trump won the 2020
Pay attention.
I sat there and watched as election corruption occurred, and media covered it and labeled us all crazy as to what we saw. The reality is this: the people who whine and complain the most about
she did not answer the question.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know
a lot of that? But yeah,
she's not answering the question. Did Donald Trump win the 2020 election? There's no answer here. Listen.
She's holding this party back. What have they done the years they had the party? besides lose.
One majority is the House, the Senate, and the governor.
The last 3 cycles, what have we done besides getting kicked in the teeth? And I'm going to move this party in a new direction.
Christina, hold on. I got to say one thing. The state senators in the state of Michigan came together, and after a 55-page report, determined there was no systemic fraud in the state of Michigan. These are Republicans, mind you. Donald Trump's own attorney general said there was no fraud and that Joe Biden was the president. Tudor Dixon, who ran for governor, who's an uber Republican, said that Joe Biden is the president. Do you believe that, Joe? Can you answer that question?
I will tell you, Joe Biden, and we'll tell you why I believe he's illegitimate. Why is it that in that report, Mayfield had to ask the attorney general to consider criminally investigating people who said there was fraud in the election? So now it's a violation of my First Amendment rights that I should go to jail if I request an election outcome? Yes, it is.
Isn't the job of a good leader to unite people?
Yes.
On Saturday, a majority of the leadership is probably going to vote you out.
That's false.
How do you know that's false? They're going to take a vote. Even just having the meeting, what does that say about the leadership?
The thing about it is anybody can gather, but these individuals cannot legally conduct business at the Michigan Republic.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. So you're violating the law. How can that?
Because the bylaws, in the bylaws, if they request the meeting and they request a special meeting, they can request.
This is significant. I'll tell you why. Hang on a minute. We're going to go for just a little bit.
But you are, because I respect you as a person. I like you as a person. I really do.
Okay.
But the leadership of this party stinks.
Well,
and
you can say whatever.
hold on one second. I'm talking now.
Okay,
You interrupted. You wouldn't let me interrupt you. I'm not going to let you interrupt me. I'm going to tell you right now, the leadership and the people, the incompetent people, in my humble opinion, that you put in positions, and everybody that doesn't agree with you, suddenly barred as the deep stater who talks like that is a bad person or a criminal or this. Well, let me tell you something. Not everybody, most of those people were your supporters.
Christina resigned.
Yes.
No.
Let's move the party forward.
No, let me say this. I'm not going to resign. You did an OCRP meeting when you wanted to complain when executive committee members want to see the books outside of the budget committee. No, let me finish.
They were allowed to see the books. And they were allowed to come see the books whenever they wanted to.
First of all, his claim is false to say that these people, this is something that's clear. Our rules and our bylaws talk clearly about how to amend the bylaws and how to remove people. These individuals have not followed that, which is something Rocky is going to conveniently ignore because he wants to push a narrative.
That's exactly what they're doing.
No, so tell me, did they have the 54 votes to take the vote to remove me?
I don't know what they. It's not that people want. If you read your bylaws, it's the majority. It's 75%. It's not you asked me to.
Yeah, this is pretty much devolved into a circus.
Yeah, well, wait. Listen, she says, I will not resign.
Yep.
The process to remove anybody. I have not received any signatures to remove anybody. They have not followed any process to abolish the bylaws.
Never.
Say that they can legally conduct business, but they haven't followed the bylaws. You guys have never.
Hold on. Christina, I'm going to ask you the question.
I will never resign. Oh, never resign.
You're saying that meeting is essentially illegal because bylaws weren't followed. The next scheduled meeting is January 13th.
All right. So she said it there 3 times. I will never resign. I will never resign. Republican Party, you're screwed.
Well, then they say that they're going to have a meeting. She says they're going to have a meeting on the 13th. And if they remove her on that meeting, then she'll I don't know.
She
fade away.
Never going to resign. I'll never resign. It's like I don't know. It's almost cartoonesque. Okay, so hey guys, can I send you backstage a minute because my buddy Ivan's here a minute, and we'll bring you back in a little bit. But thank you for the opener here for starting things up, and we'll bring you back in a few minutes. Okay, thanks guys.
Okay.
Bye. Okay, next guest is up here this morning is my buddy Ivan.
Hello.
Raiklin, how you doing,
okay?
Ivan?
Good.
So nice that you're on this morning. Thank you so much. I loved our last interview. It was a riot.
I did as well. It's always a pleasure with you.
Thank you. You look like you're suited up for business here.
Yeah, I figured for now I'm gonna pause that.
Yeah, it's like I think
back
the camo
into
is cool. No, I think the camo is cool. Really, I wear camo a lot. It's cool. It's like okay.
We're not quite at that point yet.
Oh, we might be. We just don't know yet. So,
yeah. So yesterday I released a list. I was on InfoWars with Alex Jones, and I surprised him and dropped the list. But there's two things that I want to talk about. Hopefully, I think this is why you wanted to have me on.
Hey, I just want to talk with you. I don't care what you want to talk about. Pretty much anything you talk about is incredible. So you can go in any direction you want.
All right. So 2024, we rung in the new year on January 1st at 4 a.m. Brad Miller, former lieutenant colonel, which was thrown out of the military. He was a battalion commander in the 101st Division, for refusing to participate in the forced, coerced, illegal experimentation of the military, which some people call the COVID-19 vaccine. The more accurate term would probably be the forced, coerced, emergency use authorized product mandate, or better known as the myocarditis making, heart exploding, DNA mutilating injection. Okay.
I just caught your title, Ivan Deep State Marauder. Raiklin.
Yeah, absolutely. Hilarious. So that's my hobby. So I kind of figured I'd title myself that.
Yeah, that whole the interaction with the military is disgraceful, and unfortunately, this isn't the first time in history this has been done.
Yeah. So after a couple of years of us collectively in the military and veterans, active, guard, reserve, thousands of us, basically telling our chain of command and advising them and getting them to actually look at the information instead of the curated, manipulated content that they were receiving from corrupt actors at high levels, as well as through FBI curated data, right? That was forced. Because people don't, I want to hit one thing. A lot of people that thought it was safe and effective, the reason why they thought this injection was safe and effective is because the CEO of the fact-checking organization for Twitter 1.0, and by extension Big Tech, was Reuters. And the CEO of Reuters, again, some people pronounce that as Reuters, but I think it's more accurately described and pronounced Reuters. So the news organization Reuters, official fact-checker of Twitter 1.0, the CEO of that organization also, when you look at Pfizer, which is the largest DNA mutilation distribution company on the planet, arguably, is on the board of directors of Pfizer. So again,
can you repeat that again?
This is key here. Imagine one of the two listed board of directors on Pfizer is the CEO of Reuters, and Reuters is the official fact checker for Twitter. So if you're Donna Brandenburg and you're using your Twitter account and you're saying, no, this isn't quite safe and effective, and actually CDC's own data shows that, so Donna Brandenburg shares that information, one of the board members of Pfizer uses his leverage as the CEO of Reuters to go ahead and censor your content that's truthful. And now we're seeing through the CTIL files that were released a few weeks ago, which is the extension, the global extension of the Twitter files, that he probably used his leverage through those networks, CIA, MI6, because guess what? Who was the person in charge? When you dig one layer deeper, who was the person at Reuters that headed up the official fact-checking division for Twitter? You want to look her up?
I can.
A 30-year veteran, nice little lady of the CIA, likely best friends of Gina Haspel. Gina Haspel was the director of the CIA. And before she was the director of the CIA, she was the chief of station at the London station for the Central Intelligence Agency. At a time when, remember when they did the whole Russia op? All these people are incestuously interconnected. And I'm here to expose that.
I love that they're so connected. It's unbelievable. So let's keep going down this path, because I think this is amazing. None of these people do it alone. We can't, it's our nature, I think, as human beings, to find the one evil villain in the play, right? No. Not the way that this has worked out for the U.S. government, all of the deep state players. They're all connected, and the enemy is within.
Yeah, and so when you look at it,
with everybody,
that list covers essentially the national key deep state players, right? The MVPs, if you will, of the deep state. Yeah, it's on my. You want me to send it to you here? I got it on a Twitter here.
Yeah, send it on Twitter, and I'll put it up. I've got to see this. This is amazing.
Okay, let me text that to you, so you can have that and you can post it. It might be a little small. People are complaining that it was a little small to see. But
you know what? People want to find something to complain about, no matter what it is. It doesn't make any difference.
That's all right. They can zoom in.
They can zoom in. Get it figured out, people.
All right, and so what I wanted to bring to you is that's kind of the national deep state list, but when you focus in on the executive branch, and then when you focus in further from the executive branch in the national security ecosystem, you start to stumble across names like Alexander Vindman, Yevgeny Vindman, and then from there you start to come across names like one of them you find on the Declaration of Military Accountability, a 2-star general that was advised by Yevgeny Vindman. I'll get to what those names are. That was a staff judge advocate at Aberdeen Proving Ground that weaponized the DOD through his position to go after Lieutenant Mark Bashaw with a court-martial because a public health official at Aberdeen Proving Ground was trying to convey to his leadership that, guess what? These things are not safe and effective. They're actually toxic, and they're causing damage to the force. And what happened? Instead of going and researching and taking a look at the data to see how unsafe and ineffective this thing was, they court-martialed him for refusing to comply with the illegal emergency use authorized product mandate, which was some people call it the masking, testing, and the shots. Again, the face toilets, the medical nose rapes, and then the DNA mutilation injections, right? He was court-martialed for it. Yevgeny Vindman was so proud of himself. On his Twitter, he said, "Oh, it's a great day." I'm basically summarizing. It's a great day today. We achieved our first court-martial for someone refusing to comply with our illegal mandate, upon which a lot of people were making money off of. Now, why am I saying all of this? It's because on January 1st at 4 a.m., Brad Miller sent out an email, which he CC'd me on it as well. But it was directed to the 18 senior most leaders in the Pentagon, to include the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I don't know if you caught wind of that. Have you seen that yet?
Mm-mm.
Well, it's been going out there. And it was a declaration of military accountability.
Oh, yeah, I did see that. I absolutely did see that because I've been posting that.
Yeah, so if you can bring that up, and I think some of the key paragraphs that we can take a look at on the show is the first one, the opening, and the one that I like the most, if you just don't have time to read the whole one-pager, is the third to last paragraph. And again, this is all about taking responsibility for yourself. There's 231 of us that signed in order to pledge to each other that we're going to do everything in our discretionary power, legally, morally, and ethically, in order to hold these people, and some of them are listed in there, hold them to account in order to ensure that there is accountability. And the reason why we're seeking accountability is to restore trust in our traditionally what used to be the most trusted institution in our government. I mean, I remember seeing 80-90% of the country having trust in the military. Now it's at an all-time low. Well, it begs the question, why is it at an all-time low? It's because you have the institution violating constitutional rights of its own members. First Amendment, religious freedom. For those that thought that the mandate was legal, were also basically telling the command that, hey, guess what? Due to my religious restoration, RFRA, Religious Freedom Restoration Act, they were requesting religious accommodation, in some instances medical accommodations, waivers, to not be subdued to this forced illegal mandate. But as people started to learn more and more, it was a bait and switch. The FDA approved products were not the ones that were available, and the ones that were not available were being forced for people to consume, thus making it impossible to go after the pharma companies for any side effects that occurred from them. And instead, I'm hearing that some insurance companies, I have to double check this, basically are of the opinion that since it was an emergency use authorized product that was consumed by the person that died, guess what? They're going to consider that as a suicide, even though it was coerced by folks. And so we're pledging to each other. Let's take a look here. I don't know if you want to read that first opening paragraph.
In the course of human events, it sometimes becomes necessary to admonish the lawless, encourage the faint-hearted, and strengthen the weak. We have reached just such a time in our history. The affairs of our nation are now steeped in
avaricious. That means total wanton, just without railing.
Yeah, avaricious, corruption. And our once stalwart institutions, including the Department of Defense, are failing to fulfill the moral obligations upon which they were founded. Standing upon our natural and constitutional rights, we hereby apprise the American people that we have exhausted all internal efforts to rectify recent criminal activity within the armed forces.
Yes, and so we pledge to each other. Let's go ahead and.
In the Declaration of Independence, our founding fathers sought separation. We seek no separation, but through this letter and the efforts we pledge herein, we pursue restoration through accountability. We intend to rebuild trust and restore the rule of law, particularly within the armed forces. Ultimately, we strive to once again become a moral people, restoring our nation and making it again worthy of the great gift of liberty won by colonial-era American people. While implementing the COVID-19 vaccine, military leaders broke the law, trampled constitutional rights, denied informed consent, permitted unwilling medical experimentation, and suppressed the free exercise of religion. Service members and families were significantly harmed by these actions. Their suffering continues to be felt financially, emotionally, and physically. Some service members became part of an ever-growing veteran homeless populations. Some developed debilitating vaccine injuries, and some even lost their lives. In an apparent attempt to avoid accountability, military leaders are continuing to ignore our communications regarding these injuries and the laws that were broken. Top of the list, General Milley, Admiral Grady, General McConville, ADM,
Admiral.
What's that?
Admiral Gilday.
Admiral Gilday, Admiral Lesher, General Brown, General Berger, General Smith, Vice Admiral, or what is the VADM? I don't know all the military terms.
Vice Admiral? Yeah, it's Admiral
VADM, Kilby, Vice Admiral Noel, Vice Admiral Fuller, Lieutenant General Martin, Lieutenant General Davis, Major General Edmondson, General Williams, Admiral Fagan, Vice Admiral Buck, Lieutenant General Clark. Let's see. Hang on, I lost my place there. Lieutenant General Dingle, Lieutenant General Miller, Rear Admiral Gillingham, and numerous others. And I think I missed Major General Francis.
There you go. So those are the senior leaders within the Department of Defense and throughout the force that were involved. And we have specific examples of their misconduct that violated let's face it, this all stems from violating the Nuremberg Code, violating informed consent, violating religious freedoms of those that were requesting religious accommodation. So that's a First Amendment violation. And we're going to hold them to account. Now, I think the Epoch Times reported on this, and Breitbart, and even Foe and Friends, Paul Ryan's little outfit over there, that gets 1/50th the viewership that Tucker does, 1/100th the viewership that is X provides, or 1/1000th. Bottom line here is that you're seeing a changeover from the old guard, mainstream media, old guard, big tech, that are basically surrogates of the established, avariciously corrupt order, global national order, that is being called out by people within the system that have tried to maintain some sense of rule of law within the system. And there are 231 of us that signed this document originally, and then we created a website called militaryaccountability.com. If you, after reading this document, you agree with it and you want to support it, please go to that website and sign your name to it, because guess what? As more and more people realize what is going on within our military, and again, we're trying to first clean our own house in order to set the example to those that are in other institutions. When I say our own house, the ones that signed off on this letter are active duty, reservists, National Guard, veterans, family members. And so hopefully this will be the necessary motivation catalyst for those and other elements of our executive branch, the legislature, our broader institutions, and beyond, down, from the county level on up, to motivate them to go ahead and start to autocorrect the absolute corruption that has been deep rooted, particularly as it applies to what I call as the COVID coercion and mandate molestation that occurred these last several years.
This is amazing. So what are the steps that you're taking with the petition? So let's just say right now it says there's 12,760 signatures of the petition. All right, everybody out there, let's get signing this thing and agree with it and back these guys up, because this needs to happen, right?
So first thing is to answer that is, if you go to the third to last paragraph, just a couple sentences on the actual letter. So there's a petition and explains that's the petition explanation. But if you go to the actual letter itself, right there, the third to last paragraph.
Yep.
And that really sets the stage of what we're intending and pledging to each other to do. If you can read that.
Yes, I can. In the coming years, thousands within our network will run for Congress and seek appointments to executive branch offices, while those of us still serving on active duty will continue to put fulfilling our oaths ahead of striving for rank, position. For those who achieve the lawful authority to do so, we pledge to recall from retirement the military leaders who broke the law and will convene courts martial for the crimes they committed. For those of us who attain legislative offices, we pledge to introduce legislation to remove all retirement income for the military leaders. Oh, I'm liking this. Who were criminally complicit, and we will ensure none service in or retire from the senior executive service.
Okay, so let's break that down. Before I break it down, actually, if you can bring up and look up the book, Defending the Constitution Behind Enemy Lines. So this document was primarily drafted by our modern day version of Thomas Jefferson, Robert Greene. He's a commander in the Navy, still active duty serving. Okay. He takes his oath very seriously. Okay. And so this document is essentially a reflection of all of the research that he did, that he placed in his book, Defending the Constitution Behind Enemy Lines. It gives very prescient examples of how the DOD leadership weaponized as part of this COVID the COVID coercion and mandate molestation, and without even a care, just completely raw violated rights. So there you go. A story of hope for those who love liberty. Highly recommended.
Okay, I'm buying that one. I'm buying that one today. I've got kind of a collection of books going on of anything that we need to do to run the country, right? So there you go.
Absolutely.
I mean, we have to, right. We've gotten ourselves to the point that we're relying on the internet. Well, who knows if that's going to last? It's like we're one EMP away from bye all the knowledge that we've got at our fingertips, right? So I'm a absolute, supporter of every single one of us should have a library of information, as well as, even things like food and storage and that sort of thing. We need to have that in our hands.
If people think that we're crazy for saying that, let me introduce you to 3 years ago when the government illegally forced all of us in lockdowns in many states, right? Michigan being one of them, Virginia being somewhat a part of that COVID con as well. So it's not out of the realm of reality, especially as we start to expose the list. If Elon Musk, imagine this, a little tangent here. Imagine Elon Musk takes a look at that list and says, oh, wait, oh, wow, yeah. Why don't I release the direct messages of all these government employees that were on my platform that I know? And let me just rummage through there. And hey, Michael Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi, why don't you come back and do yet another Twitter Files? But this time we're going to focus in on this list that Ivan provided. Wait. Ivan's list is way too small. Looks like there are many others that were involved in, say, the COVID con and mandate molestation. And wait, there's a lot of interactions with big pharma companies and the FDA and the CDC and the HHS. And wait a second. Yes, Anthony Fauci. And oh, wait, looks like Mikey Pence may have been involved in this, along with Jared Kushner, as they were doling out contracts, making millions and billions for themselves at the destruction of the nation. And some of these governors were involved, and so on and so forth. So I said this a couple weeks ago when Elon Musk said, remember he said GFY at a little forum and I think it was in New York, where some advertisers, Pfizer being the first, Disney being another one, that said, we're going to pull all advertisement from X. Why is that? Well, guess what? Maybe Elon wants to escalate his response and say, you know what? Not only am I going to say GFY, I am going to release all your direct messages in the interest of transparency. Like Elon Musk needs to come out of the closet and say, you know what? I now self-identify as transparent. And now I'm going to transparently release all your DMs in the interest of national security and the interest of the public. And we're going to see that what Alex Jones over 30 years, what I over the last 3 or 6 years have been saying, what General Flynn was exposed to, and the rest of us is all fact.
It's amazing when all the conspiracy theories become true.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
and then it expands. It doesn't just like say, yeah, it's true. No, it's like a bomb going off, a truth bomb
Elon said on his Twitter space a few weeks ago when he reinstated Alex Jones. Who was in there? If I'm not mistaken, there was like Tucker and Alex. I mean, there's some big players that were in that Twitter space. And Elon said, well, you know what? After looking at the log files, when people think that the conspiracies of Twitter were there, he says it's far worse than what you've ever imagined. So maybe he did have a little peek into the direct messages of some of these folks. Because remember, in the Twitter Files 1 and 2, the primary source content comes from two silos of information, one being the internal Slack channel discussions of Twitter employees, and then Twitter emails, right, of employees, and those interactions with the government as it applies to the censorship industrial complex. Well, why don't we expand that further? Maybe he saw it that wasn't released. Why doesn't he expand it further by looking at the direct messages of Alexander Vindman, who has an account? By the way, for those that don't remember, Alexander Vindman was the guy that was working with Eric Ciaramella, the whistleblower that created Impeachment Hoax 1. And who was the Impeachment Hoax 1 lead impeachment manager? Adam Bullshift. I want to see the conversations that Adam Bullshift had with Sean Misko and Eric Ciaramella and his two attorneys, Mark Zaid and Andrew Bakaj. Oh, who was Andrew Bakaj? A guy that worked as a lawyer for John Brennan, former director of the CIA. And the list goes on and on and on. Wait, John Brennan, wasn't he one of the 51 that signed to say that the laptop, the Biden criminal syndicate laptop, had all the earmarks of a Russian information campaign to provide cover for the Biden criminal syndicate? Why, yes, he was. And wasn't one of the other 51 a guy by the name of David Buckley, who worked for CIA director at the time, John Brennan, as the inspector general that later became the staff director, meaning the most senior officer on the J6 Select Committee to continue that cover up? Why, yes, he was. Can you imagine the trove of information we're going to glean once Elon Musk puts that out there for, I don't know, the deep state marauder and others to devour? Oh,
go,
I'm so
Elon,
hungry.
go.
Oh, I'm just starving. Elon, please, if you're listening, please, come on, homie. I'll fly out there pro bono. I'll literally live out of my car to go ahead and help out. Put me in front of a terminal. I'll live at Twitter headquarters, and we'll just kind of grind through that. You can have somebody watching over me so I don't doctor anything. And then we go ahead and sift through it. I'll help advise you through the process on who needs to be scrutinized if you want to do it a little bit more meticulously. Now, Elon, I think it's a bold move to do that publicly, but keep in mind, I just want to...
Ivan, this is beautiful.
I just want to kind of like let people know what else is going on. It's not only Elon, but I think he'll do it on his own, because it's just, that's his style. You don't bet against Elon. And if the Biden criminal syndicate wants to flex against him and try, and deploy the DOJ against him and the FEC and this and that and FCC, whatever they want to deploy him, then guess what? He can just say, you know what? GFY. Here are all the holdings that I have that show you as a complete criminal actor. And in addition to that, I'm going to close with this on this particular point. I've sent a draft version, and I'm going to go ahead and, now that it's out, I'm going to go ahead and send it directly to Jim Comer, right? Doesn't he chair the oversight committee that's helping lead the effort on investigating the Biden criminal syndicate? Why, yes, he is. But more importantly, isn't it the weaponization committee and the judiciary committee that's really looking at the corruption, the avaricious corruption in other parts of the government, not the DOD, but the DOJ and the FBI, right? And aren't they looking at the Twitter file stuff too? Why, yes, when you look at the witnesses that were there. And wasn't Michael Schellenberger a couple weeks ago, before the end of the year, testifying before the Homeland Security Committee chaired by Mark Green? So Jim Jordan of Weaponization and Judiciary, Mark Green of Homeland Security. Let's see here. The oversight chair, Jim Comer and staff. And then maybe if we want to scrutinize David Buckley, since he was the staff director of the J6 Select Committee and tied to all of this as well previous to that position, wouldn't we want to also provide this list to Barry Loudermilk, congressman, who chairs the subcommittee on oversight, committee on House admin that has oversight over the Capitol Police and the Capitol Police Board? Yeah, I think so too. And why stop there? Why don't we provide this list to the select subcommittee on the COVID select subcommittee chairman, Brad Wenstrup? And then why don't we also provide it to the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, Mike Rogers, congressman, as he looks into those names that are listed in the Declaration of Military Accountability that are also on my list. And as America starts to learn and starts to dig through all of their direct messages, it would be nice for America to learn who those in Congress are responsible for subpoenaing Twitter or X for all the DMs that I think Elon Musk is going to release before they even need to subpoena it. That's what I'm getting to. It's a two-pronged effort. So hopefully they'll subpoena. And oh, by the way, House Freedom Caucus and let's just say other members of Congress, both political stripes, are being put on notice to not only subpoena if they're in the position of that authority to do so, or let's say the Speaker of the House, right, Mike Johnson, but also those on the appropriate committees that are of the other aisle that are, I would say, the freshmen of the other party that were not involved in this scheme are also going to be informed that, hey, you might want to learn about this so you're not part of the sinking ship. Because at the end of the day, we're trying to get as many Americans that weren't involved in the destruction of the constitutional order to participate in clawing back our constitutional order.
Right.
All political stripes.
You gotta have somebody sitting in the wings here to
because they just didn't know, right? Like they could have just been
didn't.
like, hey, you know what? There's some issues that I agree with on this political spectrum, but I didn't know about all these other details. And they, you know, people are just not going to be able to put their name to it once they find out about it, particularly if they weren't bought off, right, as part of participating in that corrupt scheme. Because, I mean, there are a few, let's face it, there are, but the longer we wait, the fewer and fewer that those are.
So there's a real value to the patience game.
Well, I apologize to everyone that I didn't think about this earlier. And I wish someone else thought about this sooner. Because we could have been doing this day one when Elon purchased X. But, you know, you got to go through that process and learn.
Never interfere with the enemy when they're in the process of destroying themselves.
Yeah, and then, by the way, if people are asking, well, when would be the perfect time for the release of these direct messages?
Yeah, I'm like saying today would be outstanding, or tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if it has a really strong constitutionally second and third order impact, if you will, the best timing of it would be before next, not this coming Tuesday, but before the following Tuesday, which is on January 15th. That way it gives sufficient time to then also do a Twitter space that Elon can host as America discusses the findings of these direct messages, and particularly bring in all those that are aspiring to be, presidents this election cycle. Invite all those that have a Twitter account that are aspiring to be a president of the United States to go ahead and come in and discuss the topic of, do you really want our leadership in these institutions to have the ability to do what Elon Musk just exposed that they did, going back, 13 years? How long's Twitter been around? Yeah, baby. So I'm thinking of folks, I'll name some names, right? Imagine Twitter space hosted by Elon Musk. Tucker jumps in there, just happenstance, and Alex Jones and Steve Bannon and Mike Lindell just jump in there to kind of start the discussion as they go through topics related to the censorship industrial complex and the illegal election, right? And so on and so forth. Then January 6th, as they hear back from Vivek Ramaswamy, RFK Jr., Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Chris Christie. And I want to ask a question of Chris Christie. What involvement did you have, Chris Christie, as it relates to interacting with your former attorney during Bridgegate, Christopher Ray Epps, who's still now the director of the FBI? I want to know what wait, let's take a look at your direct messages to get any insight before you answer that question, sir. And what about inviting, Donald Trump to get his take on this entire scheme? Because he was the president when some of this was going on. It would be good to get some insight. And you know what? Let's not stop there. Let's bring in other presidential candidates like Joe Biden to be able to respond live, right? And let's not just do this as a Twitter space. Let's make this a Rumble live so we can see the video and the nonverbal expressions and the inflection of the voice, right? And all
I'd like to see it on BNN live too. Let's throw it on BNN live, because then we can get rid of all the censorship.
Absolutely. And so check this out. And then America will be able to see that, yeah, he's not doing so well interacting with America when he's not teed up with the right question and the right thing to read off of the teleprompter, right? And all of it gets exposed. And then, you know what? Truth Social may want to go ahead and launch at that time their video streaming service, right? So that over 1 billion people learn that there are free speech platforms. There's going to be 1 billion views, right? On this particular Twitter space and video content.
All right, I'm having
and
way
I'm
too much fun here, and I don't even have to. I just listen. This is great. Keep going.
No, I mean, let that marinate a little bit. Let me just summarize what I just said. Imagine Elon Musk has a list of those deep state actors by category of deep state transgression, and then look at those that have Twitter accounts of those categories, and then provide it to Elon and say, Elon, why don't you call Mike Schellenberger? By the way, I've already talked to Michael Schellenberger about this and Matt Taibbi, and I gave him an early draft of this. And then why don't you just say, hey guys, why don't you do another Twitter Files? Put it up on your Substack. It'll increase viewership on X. We'll be able to survive as a company because all these scum that are part of this deep state activity are trying to take down X as a company. So this allows the companies to survive. Michael and Matt, you'll be able to continue to grow your Substack, thus making more money and having more influence doing and providing the truth. America benefits because they see what actually occurred to them. And then from that, it motivates the 8,500 military service members that were thrown out to start to tip because they were the ones thrown out because they refused to comply with the forced experimentation. Why don't we help them become state house reps, state senators, federal congressmen, judges, and then appointees within the executive branch as we conduct the autocorrect. And oh, by the way, if that's not enough, the 80,000 of us like Ivan that left early from military service because they didn't want to participate in the forced experimentation of themselves and were about to become a battalion commander to then be mandated to force others under their watch to go ahead and force experiment on them. Why don't you have those 80,000 also take over school boards, county executive positions, you name the leadership position in government, total takeover. I think it's a win, win, win. And oh, by the way, the hundreds of thousands in the military and the government that were coerced into the jab that 3 years later, after all of this release of information, regret not only being forced into it, but will be lusting for accountability of those that were involved. And I suspect that they're going to have to flee if they're going to want to avoid. Some people call it accountability. I'm going to be running for Secretary of Retribution. Questions?
I have no questions. I'm just sitting here listening to this going, thank you, God. This is amazing. How cool is this?
So Elon, I mean, basically, we're just kind of go out there, do your thing, find someone that has any close relationship with Elon Musk. If you don't have any, just start putting it out there. Maybe we come up with some sort of a hashtag.
Yeah, I think we should do that.
Total release.
Total
hashtag
release.
total
like
release,
that.
maybe. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
All right. So that's
Elon Musk, total release before January 15th. And you know why January 15th, right? Donna?
Now I'm going to let you say.
What's going on in Iowa on January 15th? Caucus. And wouldn't it be nice ideally to release that on January 10th when the next debate happens by the mainstream candidates? I think it would be fantastical for that Twitter space to take place on January 10th to totally supplant. I mean, can you imagine anybody watching a debate of presidential candidates while there's a Twitter space going on at the same exact time with all of this Twitter release? No one's going to watch that debate.
I don't understand why anybody watches the debate now.
Like, I don't need to be at this debate because 100,000, 50,000 people are watching the debate. Meanwhile, if I go into this Twitter space, there's 1 billion people watching. You know what? Let me move over to my other studio. I'm at the wrong studio here. I'm at WVW headquarters. Give me 10 seconds as I move over to Raiklin Global Headquarters. Stand by.
This is hilarious. And you know what? Like Tom Speciale said yesterday, he's like, I just got to say it. This is hilarious. If I'm gonna I'll postpone what I was gonna say until you come back from your new headquarters here, Ivan.
I'm listening.
Raiklin.
All right, let me get the frame perfect here. So, as I like to say, man, is this going to be a nice new year? Because my stockings are filling up, especially. Wait, which side? Yeah, my stockings have already filled up all over here. Now they're about to fill up over here.
This is absolutely hilarious.
I apologize for that brief intermission, but I did have to move over to Raiklin Global Headquarters.
This is hilarious. This is hilarious. I'm almost speechless right now because talk about an incredible. God has a way of bringing things together in the perfect order, and he uses really good people to do it. And I'm so proud of everyone.
It took us time, but we can't get cocky, right?
Yes, we can.
I was talking to Alex yesterday. He's like, we can't get cocky, we can't get overconfident, because guess what? They have a say in this, right? So then the next question is, what are they going to do? I mean, what are their options? Don, I want to hear your thought on this. If you're the corrupt actor that is being exposed, but you have literally all of the power constitutionally and beyond to make and cause pain to me and others. Well, I don't sit on the information. I'm just basically the proverbial, the hype man, if you will, to let people know what the path could possibly, one of the better paths could possibly look like. It's really Elon Musk that has the ability to say, you know what? Boop, done, right?
Which I think is probably pretty likely. But what the bad guys are probably going to do is do exactly what happened in Perry the other day, and a false flag coming up to try to get people to react. And I talked to, Tom Speciale about it, and he's going to be on that.
Was he talking about a Black Swan event?
Yes, very much. And the reaction. And I think that that's the biggest thing that everybody has to remember, is that they're going to come back and they're probably going to fight. A cornered animal is going to try to fight their way out until we cage them all, ship them down to Gitmo or wherever they need to go to be executed for treason.
Let's kind of play that out.
Okay, so
let's just say they go ahead and shut the internet down, right?
I jump for joy. I thank God, because I've been praying for this for years. Yeah. So if they shut the internet down, every single person out there should be like, it's happening, and then let it play out. Bake some cookies. We got enough freaking cookie eaters around here that just want to sit around and go to meetings and bitch, and you want to see something happen. That would be a big something's happening right there that we should all celebrate, in my opinion. So,
let's play this out like a little game of chess.
Okay.
So they decide.
I hate games. Okay. So I'm not a game player. Okay. But I will play a game with you. Let's play a game.
It's in order to forecast and determine what it's. Okay. We'll not call it a game.
Okay. I will call it a game.
Of my respect.
Shall we play a game?
Brandenburg.
Shall we play a game, Ivan?
So their move would be to shut things down, because there's no ability to respond to it, right? Because what are they going to say? Oh, we're going to want to continue to violate your First Amendment. What are you talking about? That's a good thing. So you're starting to see some of the things, the messaging that they're doing. If so-and-so and the people that support so-and-so come into power, it'll be the end of the nation, right? The end of democracy. That's one line of messaging. Okay.
Sure.
The other thing is when that fails, because guess what? 1 billion people know what we know, and I don't know, 100,000 people are believing their hype. Well, that's like 99.9% to 0.1, right? So that's kind of a loss. So the way you slow roll and cover up, you have to wipe out the ability to communicate. So the censorship regime, they're going to try to amp it up, but you can't do that now on X. You can't do that, right? On some of these other platforms that we've been able to build out. So then what's the best mechanism? You have to shut down the whole communication system, right? And what does that require fundamentally? Well, let's think this through. You have, most people are on what? Verizon, on AT&T, on T-Mobile, right? Whether it's at home through the fiber, Cox. There's really only 5 or 6
carriers,
right? Like a dozen companies, let's just say, that will have to participate in that shut-off switch, if you will, right? And then what does that mean? That means that they're going to have to be compensated on the back end of it. So just like in 2020, those that participated in the COVID con with the lockdowns, they were handedly compensated through the COVID relief money. So they were bribed after they committed their act of treason in order to gain benefit, right? What was in it for them? That was clear with the trillions of dollars that were allocated. So this time around, they're going to have to do something similar to that. And it's literally all hands on deck because I don't see any other option. And they may go to the 1960s kind of level where, remember what the FBI did to their political opponents of the established order? Oh, let's harken back to what they did to JFK, RFK, MLK Jr. Yeah, they're going to start resorting to that. And America needs to understand, if anything happens to any presidential candidate, I don't care who it is, any and all, America is going to respond to that as those that are on my list were the ones that executed that. And if they take it in that level of seriousness, then guess what? Consequences will result from that in a very fast. As an analyst, as a passive observer, I assess that if any candidate dies, even if there's no evidence showing that there was anything nefarious, if any candidate dies, America will consider that as an assassination by the deep state. And we know who those deep state actors are, to include the director of the FBI. Guess what? I suspect and I assess that America will respond in kind immediately. This is my assessment. I'm not advocating for anything. I'm just assessing it will happen like that. So take that assessment and make your moves accordingly, listed people in that deep state list and beyond. I didn't list everybody, it was just some of the key ones. Now, what's the response if they shut the internet down? Wait, doesn't the most famous African American have a satellite company, Starlink, that has the ability for America to communicate and the world to communicate outside of the established communication platforms? I suspect that company is going to be making a lot of money and a lot more people are going to be using it. And by the way, didn't I hear that the most famous African-American, Elon Musk, doesn't he have ideas of creating a cell phone and a communications device? I heard that too. And wouldn't it be nice for Starlink to provide the comms platform on a cell phone that provides a free speech platform for us to communicate on in order to counter anything coming our way? I think that's a nice little chess move back in their face. That's called checkmate where I'm from.
We have a great future ahead of us, don't we?
And so his leverage is, hey, you want to stop me from doing that?
Go ahead, make my day.
I'm going to release your DMs. If you don't want to stop me from doing it, I may salvage a few of you. And so that's where the leverage comes in. And so that's why there's a discussion of, well, how do we, I think they're starting to realize that. How do we have a handler like we had in Mike Pence during the first term? Who should be the handler so that we can at least get some leverage over how the country operates the next 4 years? And that's why you're seeing Nikki Haley being promulgated by Paul Ryan and Faux News and all these paid for, all the big donor class left and right are like, yeah, if we go with the Chinese Communist Party's ambassador, Zhidin, once again, I don't think we're going to survive. So then we have to make it look like we're bipartisan. And you know what? Vivek did a fantastic job on Tucker a day or so ago. I'm glad he finally gets it. Like early on, you know, he's new, right? He's new to the system. He's learning. Smart guy. But he's picking up on it, on how the global order is operating. And I'm glad he's consuming some of those alternate sources of information to help inform his understanding of what's going on politically, nationally in our country. And he really articulated it well and exposed the interests behind, let's say, the Nikki Haleys of the world, right? So we're getting there, little by little. And then maybe a lot by a lot before January 15th.
All right. So like I'm just sitting here going, I'm ready. Let's do this thing.
Yeah, just like the Epstein list came out yesterday. Yeah, whatever. I mean, we already known that. But this stuff, I mean, this is
music to all of our ears. How fun is this? So
that's what I've been working on, aside from, hopefully I have so many interviews today. I was going to go in there and do some more analysis of the U.S. Capitol Police CCTV footage today. Might not even hear that, because
that's the other thing I'm really interested in is the J6 stuff that's going on, because it is all connected. And the last interview that I did with you is just incredible. I mean, it was really fun to see how you've got this all mapped out. And Yogananda Pittman, all of us remember her name now.
Yeah, so a couple of things. Let's hit J6. How much time do we got? A couple minutes?
You got as much time as you want. I'm going to keep the camera rolling. You just keep going. I've got Tom's interview that I taped after this, and then I'm going to play that. And then tomorrow, this thing is going to run, pretty much full time. If you want to come back on tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a J6 tribute, and just trying to keep things running, rolling and running. I might loop it and such, so that we just play. You want to come back on tomorrow?
I'm not sure, because I got a bunch of stuff going on tomorrow. I can't commit right now.
Check your schedule, because you're always welcome on.
Perfect. Thank you.
You know what
J6.
You know what I really love? I love the fact that I can just sit here and listen.
I talk too much, but
no, you don't.
Diarrhea of the mouth. I have so many First Amendment noises to make over here.
You are like the ideal guest, honestly, that I can sit here and learn from you, and just sit here going, wow.
Yeah, while I'm sitting here just contemplating.
Yeah, what other truth bombs can I drop on the United States of America right now? Boom.
The way I think about it is like, how can I transition from just poking the bear to making my finger into an ice pick? Because then it's going to be way more effective, right? Instead of just poking around, you don't cause much damage. But with an ice pick, with the necessary pressure, ooh, that block of ice is going down.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go ahead and just slam it out there. What's going on?
January 6th, 3-year anniversary. I hate to call it an anniversary, but it was absolute despicable what happened that day.
It is.
One movie that just came out on January, it was launched on January 1st, was the J6, The True Timeline. Have you seen that yet?
I have not. I've got 3 of them on my. I've got
January 6th
that I need to watch, and that's one on my list.
Okay, if I had any sway over you, I would say this is required viewing. Okay, if I had any sway over you.
Is it Open Ink? That's on Open Ink.
Yeah, and they posted it on their X. It's J6 True Timeline, I think, is their Twitter handle.
Yeah, I've got it right here on Open Ink. So yeah.
Oh my. So let me just back up and set the stage.
Okay. Diddly-doo, diddly-doo, diddly-doo.
So there we were, being duped and manipulated by one side of the argument over the course of 2 years with that J6 select sub, the Mike Pence and Liz Cheney cover-up committee, right? Who was spearheaded by the staff director, David Buckley, who's one of the 51 that signed on the Biden criminal syndicate being a Russian op, right? So obviously we know he's just there to basically create the false narrative that they're trying to promulgate, okay? So that's one side of the aisle. Now, I went back and looked at who was on the committee members, who were the actual witnesses that were used, and of those, who wrote a book to get their indirect bribe from the deep state for participating in this op. And then over the holidays, I read through all their books. In addition to that, I read through the books of those that would have been in a position to be able to create a somewhat of a counter narrative or a more reality of what occurred, because they're more trusted figures. For example, I'm going to list some names. Chief Stephen's son, who was the chief of the Capitol Police that day. He wrote a book with the timeline, etc. Acting Secretary of Defense, Chris Miller. By the way, I've talked to these guys, right, to kind of confirm and develop and make sure, like, to have them think about things that I'm seeing, just to have them think through it. And bottom line is, having read those books, having read Jamie Raskin's, I'm sorry, guys, I had to take one for the team. Adam Bolshiff's book, Liz Cheney, Jamie Raskin, Eric Swallowell, who else? By the way, they're on my list, right? On a little Christmas list that Elon Musk hopefully is going to receive here in the next hours. Anyhow, I went through all of them. Cassidy Hutchinson, in her book, she was one of the witnesses. The police officers, Harry Dunn, by the way, just retired from U.S. Capitol. Officer Fanone, in his book, Metropolitan Police Officer. All of the witnesses and all of the committee members and all senior leaders of the ecosystem that wrote a book. Mark Meadows, right? From the White House to the Office of the Secretary of Defense to the Capitol Police Board, the Capitol Police Officers, Metropolitan Police, and the vicinity. In addition to that, obviously over the years, I've consumed and looked through all of the transcripts that were released, right? All of the hearings, probably seen them at least twice. And in the collective, with my personal source network, as well as interacting over the last year with the committee and the staff of the committee that has responsibility for oversight over the Capitol Police Board, I've put that all together and noticed that Denver Riggleman's book talked about how the J6 Select Committee was created. There were 6 basically lines of effort that they had, and they divided them up into teams. There was a red team, an orange team, and anyway, and it was looking at the leadership to politically target those at the highest levels in their political enemy camp, and then those on the ground that day, etc. What I'm getting at here is there was a team called the Blue Team, and they were charged with looking self-reflexive. What was the decision-making process of the Speaker of the House, which they didn't do? What was the decision-making process of the Senate Majority Leader, which they didn't do? And then they're like, well, what was going on with the Capitol Police Board? They didn't do that. Well, let's try to lay blame on the Capitol Police leadership, which they partially did, and try to blame Chief Son for. And then they go into, once they started digging, that Blue Team, according to Denver Riggleman's book, he was the technical advisor for the J6 Select Committee. He basically said they didn't provide him any information or interact with him pretty much at all. And instead, what did the Blue Team do? They destroyed or hid evidence, meaning any transgression or bad action or more that was committed by the U.S. Capitol Police, Metro Police, Capitol Police Board, etc. Basically, those that were involved in the run-up protection of the Capitol, decisions on that day and post, where did that information go? They hid it at the National Archives. They hid it at the White House, this current White House. They hid it at the Department of Homeland Security, and they destroyed it. And these aren't my words. This is Benny Thompson, the chair of that committee. Through FOIA requests, it was just released that this is what happened. And more is coming, right? So then that begs the question. That's why I've been focused my J6 effort not in the courts, not with the DOJ, but with the actual start of the problem. It's with the Capitol Police Board, and the two leaders that drive the Capitol Police Board, which is the Speaker of the House and the Senate Majority Leader, through their sergeants at arms and the U.S. Capitol Police Chief. And then the General Counsel that advises all of them, and the Inspector General that covers for anybody trying to complain about that corruption. That's where my focus has been in this investigation, okay? Having said that, that's the strategic level. But what about the bad actions done on the ground by the Capitol Police officers at the tactical level? That's where this movie, the J6 True Timeline, comes into play. It showcases at that level, not the perspective of, oh, somebody winked at the Capitol Police officer, and then the court was presented with that wink was a racial slur that provided such assault and battery of Harry Dunn that he feared for his life, that there was an oath keeper there was a Proud Boy 30 miles away in Baltimore that winked on a FaceTime with a person that was about a mile away from Harry Dunn, and Harry Dunn feared for his life on January 6th. That's the type of evidence that's being presented, right? And the judges and the U.S. attorney and the FBI are allowing it because guess what? TDS comes in all flavors, right? Now, this movie talks about the negligent criminal acts committed, highlighting those committed by the Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police with a pristine timeline. Pristine. So that's where that's showcased. It still doesn't quite address, again, I give that movie a 99.9% rating, which is well beyond an A+. But what is lacking, you can only do so much in an hour, right? Mm-hmm. Is the leadership that not only allowed it, but facilitated it, right? They facilitated that. And that's what I'm trying to prove with the evidence that we're compiling through interviews, and I'm helping, hopefully, I'm having an influence on those on the committee staff, oversight subcommittee, in the House Administration Committee that I'm interacting with, to essentially compile all the information that I have to say, hey, here's who we need to look at. And I wrote a Substack article specifically that I think is being the guide of who needs to be interviewed, what questions to ask to be able to prove or disprove the intentional intelligence failure by Yogananda Pittman in order to ensure that there was a breach of the Capitol. Now, going to the CCTV footage, in order to confirm or deny my hypothesis that it was a intentional breach, I put my Green Beret hat on as I'm looking at this, and my, former Green Beret hat on, and former Intel analysis instructor hat on. And what do? I go in there, look at the footage, and say, hey, any planned operation, if I were to be running this operation, what would I do? I would have recon elements in order to mitigate or increase the possibility of success for a successful breach of the Capitol, right? How would that look? I would basically recruit someone on the inside that knows the entire schematic and the flow and where all the CCTV cameras are in order to be able to quietly conduct an op. That's where Yogananda Pittman would come into play, that would provide that info to your tactical recon element. So where would be the flow of people that you need to instigate and facilitate to breach the Capitol grounds? Well, at the Peace Circle would be the apex point, and then another, the circle on the south of that, at 12:03 or 12:05, almost a full hour before the breach, right? At 12:53 p.m. on January 6th, you see an individual just camped out. I can't wait for this to be released for the public. Just show up, puffy jacket top, pants, backpack, and for literally 35, 40 minutes, standing almost without moving there. I want to know who that person is, who he's connected to, why is he standing there, and then why 30 minutes later, 3 people show up that he walked with originally on the other side of the Peace Circle as he broke off to go to that apex point to be the eyes and ears for those 30, 45 hour before the breach, for those 3 people to then link back up with him. And why is one of those 3 that he kind of talks to one of the ones to instigate the crowd after the first breach into the second breach that we know as the Ray Epps into Ryan Samsel's ear breach? So this was before that no one's been talking about. That's one thing that I've identified. Okay. I want to know if that guy is also, maybe because of the way he walked, the guy that was walking around DC on January 5th as he was laying down the pipe bombs. And I looked at that and I was trying to get to the origin of where the cameras pick him up. Because remember, the cameras are not only on the Capitol grounds. There's a jurisdictional zone that the Capitol Police are responsible for concurrently with the Metropolitan Police Department. And there are cameras all the way down through and including down to the DNC and the RNC, because that's within their jurisdictional responsibility according to Title II of the U.S. Code, Chapter 29. Okay? And when you look at who's responsible for the release of those, we talked about this, I think, last time, Section 1979. It's the Capitol Police Board that controls it, and that's why you had Pelosi and Schumer's chief of police and sergeants at arms all collectively saying, no, we're not going to release that because you're going to create a counter narrative to our BS that we've created for America and the jury pool in DC and for the judges in DC to basically have as a baseline of what occurred on January 6th. And if we release the footage, America is going to start the counter narrative. But when Speaker McCarthy came in and appointed Bill McFarland, Speaker McCarthy was part of that cover-up crew. And then when Kevin McCarthy was replaced with Speaker Johnson, Bill McFarland, the House Sergeant at Arms, stayed in place and was influenced not only from the Speaker, but also from the conference and Loudermilk staff to go ahead and start the release. Even though it's not a full release, it's those internal insider baseball politics of forces trying to stop it from being released, because a lot of people are going to be implicated, right?
Mm-hmm.
And those that want to release it that aren't part of the scheme, that want the truth to come out. And there's this battle going on. Exactly. Just like what you did with me. There's fireworks going on.
That wasn't for me. I'm not sure where it's from, but it's not me.
So, needless to say, these documentary movies that are coming out over the next, just to kind of summarize, J6 Timeline came out January 1st. There are Epoch Times is going to have a documentary released, I believe, tomorrow. Tom Speciale is in that one.
Yes, he talked about that.
With Kyle Seraphin and Steve Friend are going to be talking about that. But a lot of people miss, I think, what I think is the most important aspect. And hopefully more people will start to understand this. Is that
I don't know where your fireworks are coming from, but it's kind of fun.
Yeah, I'm not doing it.
Oh, that's funny. Well, your hands are there, so clearly not. Somebody is.
I don't know. So some deep state's coming in and disrupting. So great.
Or maybe the good guys are like celebrating because it's coming out.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's that movie coming out. That's going to expose some more. There's the Capital Punishment 2 is going to be coming out. I believe I'm being told that I interviewed for that, and I think I have a small role to play in that movie as well. And those are some movies that are coming out that will essentially counter the narrative that they're going to be pushing. You know, they're pushing for a civil war, right? We're starting to see those,
of course,
because that's really their only that's one of their courses of action, maybe the most dangerous, that they want to take place so that they can retain power, right? And it's a mechanism of diverting the country's attention from the exposure of the truth of all their corruption, and instead say, oh, look at these bad people. They're the bad ones. Disregard all the corrupt activity that we did. That's what they're trying to do. And I think the more and more we're able to get the truth out, the more the country into the 90 percentile range is going to say, you know what? Those that are in power, you're illegitimate. Remember, the last poll that was conducted on the subject was well over a year ago. How many people think that the 2020 election had some aspects that made it illegitimate? I'm kind of paraphrasing. We were in the 70 percentile range. Well, with all the Twitter files and everything else, we're probably in, I'm talking about humans, right? Humans with at least a double-digit IQ. Not bots, not this fakeness, but probably 90% of the country feels that way.
Yeah, I don't know anybody personally that thinks that we had an honest election. I have not talked to one person. So the Donna poll is 100%. Everyone thinks it's rigged.
Yeah, the Donna poll.
Yeah,
and,
that's
the Deep State Marauder poll. Again, these are two national renowned polls, right?
right.
When I put polls out there like that from Raiklin Global Headquarters here,
Yes.
then I mean these are global polls, not just national. So we're looking at it's well over the 95 percentile range.
Oh well, yeah. There's so much evidence out there.
These are thousands of people that are polled,
right?
Randomly.
You can't make this up. I mean, people are talking about this all over the place. And back to your point of, of course they want a civil war, because if we can kill each other, they don't have to kill us, because that would be a huge win for them, is to start some nonsense like that. And I'm going to tell everybody out there, don't be stupid. Stay out of that kind of a conflict. I mean, we have the law.
We got them on
their
their heels right now.
What's that? Yeah. Why screw
With
it up?
Elon Musk release. I mean, think about it. Imagine you're one of the people on the list. I want everybody that's listening in and watching, put yourself in their shoes. Okay. They have friends, right? You have family members. You have community people that you interact with. Imagine a time where you walk out of your house and every single person of your neighbors and your community, friends and family, they are absolutely ashamed to even be associated with you because they now know what you did. And if they're business leaders, this and that, how many people are going to want to conduct business and interact with them? It's going to go down to zero. So where does their power base come from? This is at the national level. And then by extension, your Klaus Schwabs at the WEF and those that are participating in that. We're about to do what's known as, and this is my favorite pastime. Yes, my name is the Deep State Marauder, but my favorite pastime is really broken down into two activities: castrating the deep state and crushing the commies. And that's all I want for Christmas and New Year and for my birthday, for everyone else to participate in, at some level.
Right. Well, and I think we're going to go back to this, is that it's happening right now. If you're really paying attention, you can see that things are changing, and they're changing hugely. A lot of it has to do with people really waking up to the fact that we need to take our nation back. And that doesn't mean that we just replace what we have with another government that looks like it, but has a different mask on. We have to be involved in this. But what that also means is that we've got the law on our side. And that means that we approach.
Right. And so now we can deliver
we don't have to react.
We can deliver accountability in the vernacular. We call it the find out phase, right? Mm-hmm. So let's go. Let's let them find out.
Yeah. There you go. I like that. You're funny. You are hilarious. I can't even imagine how many hours a day your brain just keeps going. You know what Tom Speciale said to me yesterday? That was hilarious. He was talking in front of the Supreme Court, and he said, "Of course, I've got a loud voice." He said, "I got really loud and I'm bald, so they had to listen to me." I'm like, okay, I don't quite understand the bald connection, but we'll go with that right now. But I thought it was hilarious. So this is really going to be a real interesting couple of weeks ahead of us, isn't it?
Yeah. So I say this: 2024 is going to be the most unconventional year in our nation's history,
which we want.
And so I can't really forecast exactly how it's going to play out, because again, when you're up against a rabid dog cornered and you're about to do what you're going to do to that rabid dog, if you will, you kind of can't really forecast, right? It's a game of chicken, right? You don't really know when your opponent is going to give up. Now, I can guarantee the opponent, as you're listening in, guess what? In a game of chicken, there's two options when I play. I either win or I don't lose. So it's up to the other side to determine how much pain are they willing to accept. If they're also not willing to lose, then guess what? Great. Because then our children will no longer have you to deal with, because you're no longer going to be participating in the game.
In the game of breathing.
I stopped myself.
I won't stop. I'll say it, because with treason comes the death penalty. And this is
in the game of chicken.
This is sedition and treason. And this is what they're protecting. Is they're trying to, it's a game of them trying to stay alive. Because once we go to a legal process on this, which we can prove on so many people that they committed treason and crimes against humanity. And with that comes the ultimate penalty, which every one of these bastards deserves.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
That's exactly it. I'm loving this. Every time you open your mouth, I'm just like, keep talking. Please keep talking. I will keep the camera rolling.
Hey, Christopher Ray Epps, if you're listening in to me, all I'm doing right now in my personal Ivan Raiklin capacity, I'm making First Amendment noises. And apparently you don't like them, because every time I show up when he's trying to testify in Congress, he triples his security detail. And I'm just sitting there behind him, in my normal peaceful self, just back there. And as he walks up and I say, sir, when are you going to stop violating our First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendment rights? Just start with those. Just start slowing down on those, buddy. And oh, by the way, we know that you worked for Chris Christie during Bridgegate. Yeah, we know you worked at the Spalding law firm down in Georgia with Sally Yates and all these other scum that are on my list. I get it. You're on my list. And people are like, aren't you afraid? I'm not afraid. When you ask the question, are you afraid that they're going to go after you? I'm not afraid. When you ask that question, you are afraid.
Yeah, I would never ask you that question, because
they are afraid of us.
I would think that would be an impertinent question to ask you if you were afraid. That would be like asking me, am I afraid? Hell no, I'm not afraid.
Exactly.
There's no fear in this. It's like, what's the option? We're gonna go charging in here, and there's no backing down. There's no quitting.
I'm gonna live stream it when they come after me.
What's that?
I'm gonna live stream it when they come after me with a smile on my face. Because they lost when they have to do that.
Yeah. Well, this is like really fun. So any other names you want to drop here on here that you want to make nervous out there?
Yeah, I just want to really highlight once again, going back to the Declaration of Military Accountability. This is the nexus that I want people to understand. A lot of people understand the big names, right? The Biden criminal syndicate, right? They understand the John Brennans, the former director of the CIA, and the Mike Morells, the Jim Clappers, right? Over at the CIA and the DNI. And over at the FBI, Christopher Ray Epps and Jim Comey and Andrew McCabe and Rod Rosenstein. I think I mentioned him. And all the way down the Brian Naughton of the world, who was the head of the Foreign Influence Task Force Supervisory Intelligence Analyst. That was the guy directing the censorship industrial complex on behalf of the FBI in coordination with the House Intel Committee, Adam Bolshiff and Eric Swallowswell, with the San Francisco field office of the FBI, Joseph Pientka III and Elvis Chan, as Nancy Pelosi was providing them top cover, since Twitter headquarters is in her district, basically. And then coordinating with Twitter executives like, I don't know, Jim Baker, who used to be the general counsel of the FBI when they were running Crossfire Hurricane. Yeah, I got all those names in there. But one thing to point out, that those are legislative and executive branch individuals outside of the DOD. How does it relate back to the DOD and this Declaration of Military Accountability? We're trying to get our house in order first, right? The strongest and most moral, ethical institution, collectively, culturally speaking, that still remains today. We're trying to claw that back so that the rest of the executive branch, we can do it to them and motivate others to do that. Well, one of the individuals, like I said before, remember when Robert Mueller, so they did the Crossfire Hurricane, illegal spying on a campaign by defrauding the FISA court to go after a naval veteran, Carter Page. Okay. And then I like that.
I didn't do
Carter
that either.
Page.
It's just kind of coming out
It's
there.
automatic.
I think we've got some buddies out there that are having a lot of fun.
Yeah. So Carter Page was spied on illegally. So a Fourth Amendment violation. No big deal. A couple million illegal inquiries using the FISA database that were done by contractors and employees by the FBI. No big whoop, right? It is a big whoop, and we're coming for you. But it's going to take time, right? So when the Mueller investigation finishes, writes its report, says there's no Russian collusion, and Robert Mueller testifies before Congress and epically fails because, let's face it, he has onset of dementia and couldn't really sustain a sentence when he was testifying. That's when the deep state sprung in action, many of those that I have listed. And the following day is when they said, hey, Eric Ciaramella, hey, Lieutenant Colonel Military Alexander Vindman, and who's sitting on the Ukraine policy team at the National Security Council. And oh, by the way, your brother, Yevgeny Vindman, Lieutenant Colonel, JAG officer, why don't you concoct a scheme to create a whistleblower complaint? We're going to contact Adam Schiff, probably contacts Michael Atkinson, the U.S. intelligence community's inspector general, to go ahead and change the rules to where you can be a whistleblower by having secondhand information of fraud, waste, and abuse, as opposed to direct, so that we can protect the whistleblower. And so they changed the rules, reverse engineer a fake whistleblower complaint. Those at the core of creating it, remember, this is the day after the failed Mueller report hearing. They had to come up with the next coup plan. And who was involved? Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, Lieutenant Colonel Yevgeny Vindman, his brother, Sean Misko, who later becomes the staff. He was on the National Security Council, I believe, who becomes the staffer for Adam Schiff. Eric Ciaramella, the whistleblower. His two attorneys, Mark Zaid and Andrew Bakaj. I talk about this. Mark Zaid was the one that literally within hours after the inauguration in 2017, January 20th, basically said, this is when the removal of Trump starts. You go back to his Twitter, it's something like that, right? So that's the attorney for this whistleblower. And the other whistleblower is Andrew Bakaj, who was the general counsel, who was an attorney for John Brennan when he was at the CIA, right? So they then create this scheme. So the two military service members that were part of that op, one of them, Yevgeny Vindman, goes over to Aberdeen Proving Ground. And on page 99 of Robert Greene's book, Defending the Constitution Behind Enemy Lines, is where you see Yevgeny Vindman court-martialing Lieutenant Mark Bashaw, who pushes back against the illegal COVID mandate. And the commanding officer that allowed that to happen is Major General Edmondson, who's on this list, Declaration of Military Accountability. That's just one story. We have stories like that for every single one of these general and flag officers for their involvement and complicity in what's known as COVID coercion and mandate molestation. Gentlemen, mostly. Oh, by the way, for those that like to go after old white men, I'm with you, because most of these are old white men. Join us.
Seriously. Well, this is a fight between good and evil. I don't care what somebody like
you know where I'm going there.
But I know what you mean. Yeah, I think it's great. You're hilarious. You are hilarious.
I think we close with that.
That's great. Yeah, come and join all of us. We'll just say that we're all good people going after bad people, and let's watch them. Let's watch where they land, because I don't think they're going to land on their feet after this.
Oh, wait, we still have a few minutes before the 11 o'clock. Hey, you know what?
You can stay on as long as you want.
Let's close with this. Donna,
all right, Ivan, this is the deal, right? This is Brandenburg News Network. The only one that can push the stop button is me. You want to stay on here for 3 or 4 hours. I might have to take
You're like,
break,
my producer's telling me I got to go to commercial break.
What's that? No, I'm not that person. I just kind of sit back. If I can sit here and drink my coffee and just listen to somebody talk, that's actually my preferred method, but this is great.
Two more things.
I just
thought of 2 more things that are really crucial at the national level.
Okay.
Today's January 5th. 2 days ago. So the way that the Title II of the U.S. Code, Chapter 29 goes, it has a Capitol Police Board set up, the Capitol Police. And the way it's set up is that the Capitol Police Board consists of 3 voting and 1 non-voting member. So 2 sergeants at arms, architect of the Capitol are voting members, and then the non-voting member advisor is the Capitol Police Chief. Okay. The chair of that 3-person voting body rotates between the Senate Sergeant at Arms and the House Sergeant at Arms every year. Okay. So in 2021, the cover-up year, right? Year 1, the chair of that was the Senate Sergeant at Arms, who was Senator Chuck Schumer's Senate Sergeant at Arms, Karen Gibson, primarily that year. So she was part of that cover-up. Year 2 was Nancy Pelosi's House Sergeant at Arms as the chair of the board. And then year 3, which would have been last year up until 2 days ago, because remember, Congress starts January 3rd at noon until January 3rd at noon every year, right? So last year, it was Karen Gibson again, Senator Schumer's Senate Sergeant at Arms as the chair of the Capitol Police Board. See how they have an outsized influence over the release of the footage and who gets hired as the Capitol Police Chief or fired. So this year, 2 days ago, less than 47 hours ago, looking at the clock, and 4 minutes ago, is when the chair of the Capitol Police Board became Kevin McCarthy's appointed Bill McFarland, even though Speaker Johnson's in that position, right? Because it's legacy. He's still there. So now that Bill McFarland is chair of the Capitol Police Board, it would be nice for Speaker Johnson to go ahead and remove him and replace him with someone that wants to get to the truth, fire the Capitol Police Chief, fire the Capitol Police General Counsel, so that, I don't know, maybe bring in a new Sergeant at Arms like Chief Sund, maybe bring in someone, I don't know, like a Tarek Johnson or a Kash Patel, right? To go ahead and take charge of the Capitol Police. And then I volunteer for just to be the general counsel for 2 weeks as we release not only all the video footage, but we release all of the internal communications, emails, government cell phone text messages, right? As Elon Musk releases those that I'm investigating, their direct messages from Twitter, like the general counsel of the Capitol Police, Thomas DeBias. His Twitter handle, by the way, is the Nobody Guy. And then Harry Dunn, his Twitter DMs, his official cell phone, his emails, all of his communications, and all of their internal, external communications, to include interactions with Nancy Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi's daughter, Alexandra, her son-in-law, meaning Alexandra's husband, Michael Voss, Ray Epps' communications, Adam Kinzinger, Jamie Raskin, Liz Cheney, and the list, I don't need to go in the whole list, but I will pause there and say Jamie Raskin's wife, Jamie Raskin, by the way, we talked about Adam Schiff being the impeachment manager, the lead impeachment manager for Impeachment Hoax 1. Yeah. Impeachment Hoax 2 senior manager was Jamie Raskin. It's so coincidental that Jamie Raskin's wife was one of the 39 that unmasked General Flynn when they were spying on him to remove him, along with Mike Pence's lackeys, Mike Pence's chief of staff, Joshua Pitcock, as he was coordinating with his wife, Catherine Seaman, who was working for Peter Strzok at the FBI, as they were running not only Mike Flynn removals, but also 25th Amendment options during that first term. That's January 3rd. So, Speaker Johnson, if you're listening in and you're in Louisiana or on the border, I think you were yesterday, and as you're making your way back next week back into Congress, why don't you consider bringing in Chief Son so that he can clear his name and in the process restore trust in the Capitol Police, in our legislative branch, so that the full story of January 6th comes out, and not just what was released with the J6 True Timeline of the egregious activity of DC Metro and Capitol Police, but at the very tip top, those people that you know that were the ones that tried to implicate Chief Son for some sort of failure. It was a coup within a coup, as Tarek Johnson says. Yogananda Pittman made it look like Chief Son failed so that they could remove him, place Yogananda Pittman in place to run the cover-up for 2 years, and then, or for the first few months, and then hand it over to the current Capitol Police Chief Thomas Manger to continue that cover-up. And oh, by the way, Tom Mangers, when you're just looking at people, like studying them, his wife is a known Democrat here in the Maryland, and in the same county that Jamie Raskin represents, and she ran for I think a school board seat. So I'm sure Jamie Raskin has no clue who Thomas Manger is and his wife, meaning the Capitol Police Chief. You see how this all plays out? How the insider to the insider baseball's game is doing, how they manipulate, curate, and then use their big tech allies to convince America that it was the biggest bloodshed ever in American history. And as a result, 5 U.S. Capitol Police officers died as a result of January 6th. Meanwhile, when you watch that documentary, no, folks, it was 4 peaceful and unarmed election justice rally attendees that were killed and some murdered that day. That's the story. And that's what's coming out. You want to close with a 60-second trailer to a movie coming out in the spring?
Sure.
And that movie is called Flynn.
Yeah, I posted that. This is going to be awesome. I'm like really excited about this.
Speaking of the military,
I love General Flynn. Okay, I absolutely. I don't care what anybody says. I am a General Flynn fan, unwavering. Let me see if I can grab it here. I had all kinds of things I posted.
So once that list comes out, you'll see exactly why he was target number 1. Because when you spend 33 years in the system, you kind of know who's who and you know what to ask.
Pretty extra sure he knows exactly what's going on. He plays things kind of cool, but
I spent a quarter of a century in the system,
I'm pretty extra sure. Like when you look at who's the smartest guy out there, you're pretty close to him. I'm going to tell you that right now in my eyes. But I
gotta humbly say that his service was active duty. I spent a lot of time in the reserve component, so I got nothing on him.
Yeah, I'm talking raw intelligence. Okay, it's like people make that I've heard people go after General Flynn, and I'm like, I'm going to tell you what, this guy is not sort of smart. He's super smart. You don't get to where he's at by being an idiot. Okay, and so if anybody out there thinks you're smarter than General Flynn, just stand down before you look stupider than you already are right there. This guy knows how.
Before you play this, you make a good point that I want to just really stress here.
Yeah.
His last 2, most people know that he was the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency. Got it. It's the biggest intelligence organization, I believe, on the planet in terms of raw numbers and resources and who it has to manage. Okay. Number 2, before that, he was I'm going to get it wrong here. Deputy Director of National Intelligence for Partner Engagement. And what does that mean? In that position, you're coordinating policy and interacting with all of not only the interagency intel capabilities, but fusing that and syncing it with our international partners globally, and then downstream from that nationally, you're interacting with state, local, tribal, within the United States. Imagine the network and knowledge he has of, let's say, the 3,143 counties and county equivalent law enforcement and intelligence capabilities within those counties and cities and states to be able to coordinate the national effort on protecting the country, syncing it with our international allies. He knows more. He's forgotten more about our constitutional order than almost all people that are currently there right now. And we're there.
Great statement right there. Let's go ahead and play this minute. I can't top that one.
Is there any regrets? I should sit here and say, yeah, I got a lot of regrets. When I look back on my life and I understand the lives that were lost, I mean, I'm sitting here. I tell my story.
Just for impact, because I love this. I'm going to play it again. Guess what? I can.
Is there any regrets? I should sit here and say, yeah, I got a lot of regrets. But when I look back on my life and I understand the lives that were lost, I mean, I'm sitting here. I tell my story.
Oh man, I love that.
I want to mention two things. So there's, as you watch that trailer, and it's I think it's flynnmovie.com. You can go there and get alerts when that's going to be released and updates on it. Number one is there's a little pamphlet cover page that's shown in one of the frames, and it's called Fixing Intel. So as you prepare to watch this movie, I highly encourage you to read that. It's only maybe a couple dozen pages. It's a piece that he wrote with Matt Pottinger on fixing intel, on the problems and the issues that were going on with the intelligence community as it applies to supporting the fight in Afghanistan. That's when I read that, that was the first time that I was introduced to who General Flynn was and his ethos. It's literally speaking truth to power at all costs. So if you go to the last frame and pause it on that 1 minute clip,
Yeah, hang on.
Bring that up.
Hang on just a second. Takes me a
right
second.
there, right there. Just leave it right there.
Okay.
Right there. Just leave that up. Delivered the truth, whatever the cost. So when he wrote that, it was published publicly. And so he could have been, for whatever reason, as a general officer, he can be relieved by, right? And removed. But he was protected, I guess. He told me the story when he spoke at an event together in Rhode Island. I think it was Secretary of Defense Gates said, you know what? He's good. Don't fire him. He basically said what he thought and felt, and no one was listening to him. And he published it in an article, and it was a rebuke of the intelligence apparatus. And it's really listed in this document. That was in 2010. Fast forward to 2012, he becomes the direct. So for 2 years, approximately, or I think from 2012, he moved from Afghanistan as a senior intel guy to the deputy director of national intelligence that I talked about, and then becomes in 2012 the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency. And his mantra has always been deliver the truth, whatever the cost. And he could easily been fired because you're basically going after some very senior, influential people in the Beltway that have the ear of the president and the deep state, right? So fast forward to 2014 when he testifies before Congress. Remember when Hussein was saying that there was a JV team in Afghanistan, right? Or in Iraq? Well, when Flynn testified before it's called the annual threat assessment, that the director of the FBI, the DNI, the director of the CIA go and testify before Congress, and they give their take to the Congress and the American people. They wanted him to not talk about a couple issues, and he's like, "Well, I have a responsibility to the Constitution, the American people, right, and our leaders." And so he said it, and he was resigned after that. So he took a hit there. About a year or so later, he has a meeting with a presidential candidate, not only one, but actually he was advising 5 presidential candidates. And then when Trump became the nominee for one of the parties, that's when I think the ops started on him. In July, him and Flynn and Trump, because he knew where all the bodies were, and living and buried, and what questions to ask if he was not sure about something. And he had the network of trusted allies that could provide that to him. And so they had to discredit him maximally so that everyone feared associating with him. But guess what? I would say that there are hundreds of thousands of those that are veterans and currently serving in the collective, if not more, that understand what happened to him. And then there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, that are now seeing, after the Reawaken tour finishes up in June, up in Michigan, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, are going to learn and see even before going into June. I'm not going to announce anything yet, but just stay tuned. This is going to be a pretty strong rollout of this movie. That's all I'll say.
That's very exciting. I'm going to tell you what, when I never was in politics, I hated all of it. And I detest lying, and I detest anything that isn't justice or that isn't correctly done. I detest it. Absolutely. And when President Trump came on the scene, I decided that, you know what, I'm like, I can get behind this guy. He's not a person he's different. But you know what? It was General Flynn that absolutely galvanized my resolve on fighting this, because I looked at him standing there in absolute defiance. And there's a few moments that you can look at that no matter what anybody has to say, you would have to be an absolute idiot not to look at what was going on there and see this man's resolve and his absolute defiance. And I'm like, we got a shot at this, because there's people out there, because there's him out there, and there's people out there standing with him. The rest of them, I got no use for the rest of them that are out there in politics, because I think they are. When I came into this, I was like with the mindset that they're all a bunch of liars, cheats, and thieves, and I was right. I haven't met a small handful that are in office that I feel confident to tell anyone that they will do the right thing under any and all circumstances.
Well, we've identified many. If we can get them in office, that
I'm talking
more likely than not will, right?
Well, what I'm
Those that
talking
were-
about is the ones that were currently in office.
Absolutely.
And that we have moved forward past this because of people like General Flynn, like yourself, like the people that are willing to stand.
No, they pushed us to our breaking point, right?
Right.
It's like,
well,
you know what?
I don't think they did, Ivan. I don't think they did. I really don't. Because I'm going to tell you right now, there's a difference between someone who will, it's in their hearts, that bravery and that resolve, that unwavering, to hell with what anybody thinks. I'm going to do what's right regardless, because I will not bend for tyranny or anything else like that. And when I finally saw that in someone that had a capacity to change things, or in the government, because of course we're out here, maybe you guys are on the inside or have had connections on the inside with being part of the military or intelligence and such. The rest of us out here are sitting here subjected to the lying part of it, kind of floating around by ourselves, honestly, with no structure. And all of a sudden I started seeing this happening and realizing there are some really good people out there, and they are fighting with every fiber of their being to save this nation. And I'm like, I'm in.
You just teed me up to one person that if you don't know yet, you need to know before Monday, because you're going to know about Brad Miller, one of the good people. And I'm sending this to you right now. And since you're the Supreme Allied Commander of Brandenburg Network.
Yes, I am. I'm the only one that can push the button. So screw
I'm requesting you go ahead and play this.
I got to tell you, you want to talk about pushing somebody who is absolutely, you're going to hit me. It's going to come back at you like there ain't no tomorrow. So like all this nonsense with taking us down, guess what? We're on tour now. And I'm going to tell you what we just accomplished, moving Brandenburg News Network along further. We keep making these upgrades because it's like, screw all of them. They try to take this down. We're going to find a path to get around it. And we're already working on that right now. And it was amazing to me that you brought up Starlink, because honestly, that's a discussion we had a couple days ago. Exactly. And we didn't plan this. You didn't plan to say.
No, we're all tracking. We're monitoring what's going on. Everybody.
Yeah, because I tell you what, I'm like, screw all of them. If this is something that we have to do, just as an individual effort, by God Almighty, I'm going to give it my best shot. And so two days ago, it was 1 or 2 days ago, we were like, okay, with the network we're setting up across the United States, because this is you have got to be thinking forward on where are they going to attack you. I don't care if we have enough nodes out there. I don't care if I control some of those nodes. I don't care if I've got other options. And Starlink,
at this point, they can't play whack-a-mole fast enough to be able to stop us.
They sure can't. And I'm like,
there's enough of us to play whack-a-mole with them.
Yeah, I know, and it's fun. It's really, really.
Remember Kevin McCarthy, and then they tried to tee up Scalise, and then they tried to tee up Tom Emmer, and then we tried to put up Jim Jordan. Almost got him across the finish line, but then it's a fight, right?
Yeah, well, I tell you, some of us have got a superpower, and you know what that is? Stubborn, unrelenting resolve. And it's like you hit somebody that's a normal person, and you might have somebody that kind of likes to fight. But then you have somebody that just loves to fight for a righteous cause. Oh, yeah. Every time you hit one of us, it's like score. We made the Southern Poverty Law Center hit list. And I was like, booyah. And they actually said it, for hate speech in this, and they listed Grand Rapids, Michigan for the Constitution Party, the U.S. Taxpayers Party. I'm like, man, they just gave me the greatest honor of my life. And then of course I'm like bringing it back, because they're like Black Lives Matters bullshit that's going on out there and everything, which is a corporation. People.
Billionaire lies matter.
Yeah.
Or actually, it's pronounced
so stupid. And I sat there and I'm like, how many people have a mixed racial family? I do. Go ahead and put that one out there.
It's BLM stands for Biden's Laptop Matters. Okay. Just want to make sure you got that correct.
Burn, loot, and murder. I'm like, there's more to that. I think there's got to be a stupidity factor to that too. Every time I see a sign, I'm like going, okay, you just put yourself in the category with BLM of having the sign out there of being stupid beyond all reason.
We were going to close out 20 minutes ago.
They're supporting a corporation, a for-profit corporation, and they're too stupid to even know this. And it's like I'm all about. I love you, Ivan. I really do. This is amazing.
I love you, Donna.
it's like finding another brother from another mother who will just stand here and just keep punching away. I love it.
Hey, I'm only one of many. So we have the core group. I want to kind of wrap it up with this letter because this is can
I meet the core group? Like I want to meet the entire core group of badasses that are out there fighting for this country, because this is
you're part of it. You're already part of it. So the Declaration of Military Accountability. I want to recap. Rob Green is the catalyst behind this whole thing. Read his book, Defending the Constitution Behind Enemy Lines. He's still active duty Navy, by the way. He's doing this in his free time when he's not working as a naval officer, right? Mm-hmm. He primarily was the author of he was the only author of the book. And then the primary author did basically 99% of this declaration. Obviously, we gave him some advice and insight, but he did 99.9% of the work. So kudos to him, massively, mass courage. Number 2, Brad Miller is the voice that sent the email out to the senior leaders of the Joint Chiefs. And I want you to hear directly of how serious the 231 of us are with Brad Miller's voice. And this is the clip that we're about to play here. And it's not only the 231 of us. We're now at whatever it was, 12,000 people that also signed in the last just 2 days at militaryaccountability.com. If you don't like that website, you can go to Nuremberg2.com.
Hey, if you don't like any website, just get over yourselves and go back to cookie eating instead of making a difference.
So militaryaccountability.com. And let's listen in how serious he and everyone that's signing on to this are in making sure that there's going to be accountability. I call it retribution, but we'll stick with accountability.
Where do I find the are you going to play it right now, or do
I texted it to you?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I know you got a lot of devices there.
Yeah, I know. I really do. I have oh, here we go. Hang on a minute.
So listen, I write in the tweet, listen closely to every single word Brad Miller 1010 says. That's his Twitter. What started with a few of us sparked 231 to sign, motivated over 10,000 to pledge support for this Declaration of Military Accountability in mere hours. This will motivate millions more in the coming days. Militaryaccountability.com.
All right, hang on a minute. I've got militaryaccountability.com and I'm looking for, hold on, guys.
No, it's it's
one little me with like 4 screens going. Yeah, I need staff. I'm staff. Not only am I on here, I'm on here and I'm also staff. So staff is working very hard right now to get this up and running.
You're crushing it.
I have way too much fun with this kind of stuff too. And you know what? I really like going doing it the way that hang on a minute. Let's see if I can get this up here. I really like doing it this way where things are not scripted, and we just kind of roll it out as things go. All right, there's
how you connect the dots.
You connect the dots. Hang on. So I've got Brad Miller, and I'm not being able to pull this up, and I don't know why.
So yeah, I texted you a tweet with the video in it.
I saw that, and hang on. All right, we need some elevator music here while I work on this. Just a minute.
Yeah. So while you're pulling that up, I'll give you a quick intro on again. Brad Miller. After 19 years, 3 months, and 15 days of military service, less than 9 months shy of achieving his retirement, said that, you know what, he was relieved of his battalion command as a battalion commander in the 101st Division at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. And then instead of complying with a lawless mandate, he said, you know what? I'm out. I'm not going to participate in an institution that is completely trampling over our rights. And so his story is massively compelling. You know that these are one of the people that are going to stand on their legal, moral, and ethical convictions at all costs. I mean, he lost basically millions of dollars in retirement with just a mere few months. He could have just waited it out.
Okay, I'm annoyed right now. I can't pull it up for some reason. Hang on, I'm totally annoyed. Let's try it one more time.
Is it easier if I send it to you on something else?
Hang on a minute. Let's see if I get it. 3 times the charm, right? It's got to work here. Pulled it up 3 times. Oh, there we go. Got it. Booyah. We have accomplished the impossible. So you just got to keep going. That's
Brad Miller.
All right, hang on.
Now, the voice of that document is meant to reflect the Declaration of Independence. And so that comparison, even if people felt like it kind of started to read like that or sound like that before you even got to the paragraph that mentioned it, there's a reason for that.
Let me bring this back here. That's the correct one, right?
What do you have to say about the condition of the leadership in the military right now?
I think their conduct has been criminal. And I think that is exactly why we said that in that document. Now, the voice of that document is meant to reflect the Declaration of Independence. And so that comparison, even if people felt like it kind of started to read like that or sound like that before you even got to the paragraph that mentioned it, there's a reason for that. It is historically grounded. Yet we don't want to take that comparison too far. That's why we make explicitly clear in the document, we're not seeking separation. And we're clearly not trying to advocate for violence. But when we say that the leaders of the Department of Defense have acted in a criminal manner, we 100% mean it. So if that language sounds harsh, let me tell you something that is much harsher. When you use the military as a weapon against its own service members and you weaponize their patriotism and their loyalty to the country against them to push harmful, unapproved drugs into their body without even so much as giving them informed consent or depriving them of their constitutionally protected religious rights, that's far more harsh than some words that we put on a document. But we mean it. We mean every word. Every word in that document was meticulously, and I would say it was a calculated and a chosen word to make sure that we clearly communicated what we meant in that document, because we did not want people to misconstrue what we mean. Now, we've already had some trolls and some people with some, middle school level civics analysis that have tried to, take this and spin this into something that it's not. But we were very clear in what we wrote in that document. I'm a pretty jovial, lighthearted guy most of the time, but there comes a time for serious men to get very serious about serious things. And so we're just not going to sit on the couch. We're not going to sit on the couch and watch our country be destroyed, because we know that to destroy the country, you have to destroy the military. And we're just not going to let that happen.
Love it.
Join us. You're already on board, Donna.
I know I am. I love this stuff. I live for this stuff, right? I think this is awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming on. I'll just let the camera roll if you want to keep talking, but you know what?
I think that's enough.
Anytime you want to come back on, you just let me know, because there's like so many data points you throw out there that I think all of us are like sitting here with, okay, I'm going to try to get my hands around this. It's like catching your data points are like being in a field of fireflies. Yeah, they're all beautiful. You want to catch them all, but there are like so many of them.
Key takeaway, militaryaccountability.com, and let's get Elon Musk to release the DMs of everybody on that list.
Love it.
Done.
Love it. All right. Well, thanks, Ivan. Thanks so much for being on today. And we'll be talking very soon, I'm sure.
God bless you, Donna.
Yeah, God bless you too. Thank you so much. Have a great day and a wonderful weekend. So here we are back again. And I'm going to bring Karen on for just a minute. I think Karen's still there. You out there, Karen?
Sorry, yeah. I just heard a theory about the little sparkles, that perhaps it was a number of likes on Rumble or Twitter or something, but I was seeing them on StreamYard.
Oh, really? Yeah, I was seeing them too. It was like, this was kind of cool. I
Yeah.
love it. We got to have lots of friends out there. Our friends are there. So you know what? I'm going to go into right away into thanks for being here, my friend. And I'm going to run into the interview I did last night with Tom Speciale. And I think that this is going to be a really another it was a great interview. I love these guys so much. They're just amazing individuals, and they have laid everything on the line. And make no mistake about it, any of you out there that are disparaging General Flynn, all I can say is your day's coming, and you have chosen poorly. And for all of us out there that have approached this unwavering, you know what? Just keep going in the same direction, because we're taking this nation back. There is no mistaking this. There are a whole bunch of us out there that are unwavering, unstoppable, will not stop fighting. I don't care what they throw at us. And you know what? It's going to be a glorious end as we clean this nation out and restore it to its proper jurisdiction, the way it's supposed to be running. Is one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And for all of you idiots out there on the Southern Poverty Law Center, screw you. You put me on the list. That's great. Let's just make sure that you know exactly that I'm okay with that. That was like one of the greatest, one of the greatest compliments you could have given me in my life, because you know what? We're out there for all people. Not just the ones that you approve or call hate speech to shut people down. Screw all of you, because you know what? That day's coming. And those people that have committed acts of treason against the people of this nation, you're going to have your day, and it's not going to be fun, and it is coming. So all of you out there that keep saying, well, when is this going to happen? I don't care. Do you care, Karen? I don't really care.
I've been asking about timelines for a few years now, but it's okay. I've always also been like, well, it's going to happen when it's supposed to happen, and I'm okay with that. But I'm with you about, I haven't seen the interview you're about to put out, but I was listening with Ivan, and I'm like you. I feel like my brain just had a massive workout and I need a nap.
Yeah, I'm like
so much,
effect,
I don't know how his brain can operate to hold so much information and spill it out the way he does, but he's been given a gift with that.
You know what it is? It's a gift for certain, but it's also, he is immersed himself into this area to figure this out. Yeah. I mean, you can tell that Ivan lives, eats, and breathes this investigation. And he is unwavering and focused. So like, all of us that are out there, I mean, everybody has their area of expertise that we like, right? And none of us knows it all. We just have to find people who are immersed in their area and piece it together like a team. You don't
parts of the body.
What's that?
Parts of the body.
It's parts, and God talked about it. We're the body of Christ is all of us who have our unique gifts and talents. And then as long as God leads us, we're going to be okay. But we have to focus. The focus has to be in the proper place. And we've got to lay ourselves aside and put each other first to defend each other. So I'm going to go ahead and start this video now. I think it'll just go right into playing, which I might have to, mess around with this just a little bit, because I'm now staff again. It's like Donna Brandenburg, host, scheduler, interviewer, and staff. It's amazing. Anybody want to help me with the staff part of it at some point in time? Actually, we were joking about it yesterday. It was you and Ralph. You and Ralph are a little bit staff too. So, I appreciate you always being willing to step in when I need another person on here, because it is much easier if I have somebody to talk to than just sitting here going, well, let's see, what are we going to talk about? Start bringing stuff up. I've done it, but I like interviewing. I really do. That is ultimately one of my favorite things to do, is just to sit. And if I get somebody that's like Ivan, who can talk and hold his own, I can just sit back and go, gonna eat popcorn. Watch the show, people.
He's incredible, because he's a wealth of information, but he's also entertaining at it.
Oh, he's funny.
You can just sit back and be informed and entertained at the same time. It's not dry. It's not like reading a dictionary, but he's so full of information. And you're like, okay, I don't know what to do with this. I might have to watch it a few times and take some notes.
I've been the
We'll
deep
follow
state
up later.
marauder. So I'm going to go ahead and launch the next interview with Tom Speciale, and he is totally amazing. I mean, totally amazing. So just listen to what he has to say. We taped this, and so your comments, I'll be able to see your comments, but we won't be interacting with Tom like we could with. There's a few comments that came in here this morning. Somebody, Rocket 616, said, I just watched Let My People Go, and the real story of J6 just came out on Epoch Times. There's going to be more. I've got to get, I'm hoping now I've gotten to the weekend past the holidays that I'll have a little bit of time this weekend to watch this, but I just want to let everybody know you are very loved. And there's so many people out there that have truly have that heart for justice, to care for our American family, one nation under God, and extending that to the entire planet of people, because we are one race of people. God Almighty is our Father, and that's the way we look at it. If somebody's in harm's way, and I don't have to agree with everybody's choices in life, as long as we can stand together for each other's rights. We can't always make decisions for each other. We see people making mistakes. That doesn't mean you throw them in the trash heap. Those are the people that are making mistakes or having problems, be it with addictions or whatever. You don't throw those people away. They're not throwaway people. Those are the ones that we are supposed to go in and help them, not condemn them, not judge them, but to go in there and help them. Jesus was the only one that lived a perfect life, and he didn't throw a stone. He wasn't like our modern day Christianity or modern day any of the religions that are out there, because they've all been infiltrated. But look at what we're called to do. We're called to lay our lives down for each other and defend each other. And so anybody that wants to attack me on that principle, knock yourself out, because it's not going to matter. It'll just be another badge of honor for me and Karen and Ralph and General Flynn and Admiral Rogers and President Trump, the rightful president of the United States, and Ivan and Tom and all these people, and Mary Flynn, all these people that I know, I've never met Admiral Rogers. I gotta clarify that one, but he's one I really want to meet. I would really like to meet Dan Scavino, and all these people. I want to meet Melania Trump. I think she's just unbelievable, a wonderful woman, and there's so many others out there, and I can't wait for that day. We have the greatest party on the whole planet, celebrating the victory of deep sixing the deep state. It's going to be awesome, and we're going to continue to go forward, not with any fear whatsoever, but with that unrelenting, unwavering. We're fighting this thing out until it is done. And Jesus finished it. He said, it is finished. Well, you know what, deep state? We're going to do it until it is done. And so that's a promise. It is going to be glorious. And it's actually a lot of fun. It's a tremendous, when you can stand unwavering, and the people you're standing with are unwavering, and the rest of the world is kind of running around there trying to go, oh no, the sky's falling. You know what? We're looking at things for facts, for what's really happening, so that we can see how to fix it. But doesn't mean we're ready to give up, nor does it mean we're afraid, nor does it mean we're going into crazy land. And remember that going into the anniversary, the horrible anniversary of J6 tomorrow, do not emotionally react. You can pray, which is a great weapon of warfare against anything that's demonically controlled or evil, because our war is against evil. It's principalities and powers. So spend some time praying. Get your focus right. Get a plan. What are you going to fight? How are you going to fight it? Because, that doesn't mean grab your torches and pitchforks and be stupid about it, or listen to people who stupidly want to bring you into yet another scheme to take out you or your family or whatever. I mean, we've seen it over and over again. So we're just going to make smart choices. Anyhow, I'm going to cue up Tom's video right now, and I may be back later. And with that said, there you go. Here we go. Hi, and welcome to Brandenburg News Network. I am Donna Brandenburg, and I want to welcome you to our segment of the show right now. I want to introduce my very special guest, Tom Speciale, and he is a professional intelligence officer. And we're going to be talking about January 6th. You know, this is near and dear to my heart and so many people out there, because never in my life did I think we would see political prisoners on American soil who have been so unfairly treated and such. So I'm really excited about talking to Tom, because he is a person who gathers intelligence for the government and also analyzes. I'm going to let him introduce himself to you a little bit, because it's kind of pretty specialized work here. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
I'm good, Donna. How are you?
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming on. Can you please tell everybody out there exactly what you do? And let's talk about January 6th right now, because we're coming up on the anniversary. And, you know, all of us should be on that day, January 6th. That is one of the worst acts of terrorism, and I call it a Fedsurrection, because I believe that it was a federal setup. I really do. And what's happened to our fellow Americans there is a shame. It's a disgrace on this nation. And you know, I've talked to many people, and I know that a lot of them right now are really struggling. We still are having people that are struggling, and there's been no justice. So can you please tell everybody what you do and what you found?
So I've been in the military since 1987. I'm not here. I'm here as a private citizen. I'm not representing the Department of Defense or the Director of National Intelligence or any official government entity or contract organization. I'm here strictly as a private citizen. But I've been involved in the military since 1987. And in the intelligence community, whether it's on the Department of Defense side or at the national level in national security, since around about 2009. And I'm a professional intelligence collector, human collector for the Army. And I've worked as an intelligence analyst at the Defense Combating Terrorism Center, the Director of National Intelligence, National Counterterrorism Center, and at the Defense Intelligence Agency. And so I've been like, you know, neck deep in studying terrorism really since 9/11 when I went back on active duty. And so why I'm here right now is the fact is I was working at the Director of National Intelligence Office in the Office of the National Counterterrorism Center as the senior collection strategist for domestic terrorism in the United States in the months leading up to January 6th. There's only one senior collection strategist for domestic terrorism in the U.S. government, and I was it. And in that particular role as the senior collection strategist, I had insight into the whole of government collection strategy and approach for domestic extremism in the United States. And, you hear terms thrown around by the government, the racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists, white supremacists, all of that stuff, homegrown violent extremists, all that stuff was my bread and butter in the months leading up to January 6th. And as I said, I'm kind of a unicorn in the sense that I'm a collector, but I've also worked at the national level as a analyst. And most people, you got to be careful, because a lot of times people will say they're an intelligence officer, but usually that means they're an analyst. It doesn't mean that they're also a collector. A collector is somebody that goes out on the street, recruits sources, and basically gets the inside poop on like what the enemy's thinking about in advance of them doing anything. And that's what I was trained to do in the military, and then ultimately worked as an analyst on at the national level for the DIA, ODNI, and for the National Counterterrorism Center.
That is a really interesting combination. So you get to talk to a lot of different people and really are boots on the ground to see what's going on. And then, coming back and then trying to piece it all together on what happened.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting. That's really, really impressive.
Well, there's one of the things I try and get the American people to understand a lot of times when I'm talking to them is that there's only a few thousand people in the whole U.S. government that do this kind of work, right? I mean, you have, I think FBI says they have 30,000 people, but most of them are not agents. Very few of them are trained as analysts. They're law enforcement people. They're not actually collectors. They're not actually even analysts. They're policemen. They're federal policemen and investigators. And an investigator is not the same thing as an analyst or a collector. It's a very, very different career field and a very different. It's a very different mindset. I think that's been one of the big realizations that I've had over the last 15 or so years is the different mindset between law enforcement with regard to counterterrorism and the military with regard to counterterrorism.
What's the difference?
What's that?
What's the difference?
Well, the difference is that law enforcement wants a prosecution. They want to put somebody in jail. And so in order to do that, they'll entrap them. I'm saying entrapment to just kind of cut to the chase, but they will essentially enable them to commit crimes through confidential human sources and things like that, so that they can bait them into a crime essentially that they may have been willing to carry out, but they made the crime sort of possible in order to convict them, right? And it's very, very gray area, borderline entrapment a lot of times, and that's on the federal law enforcement side. On the intel side, yeah, we don't really care about prosecutions. We care about stopping events from happening, period. And that's a very different. It's a very big difference. And a lot of Americans don't understand that the FBI is not interested in stopping crimes. They don't care about stopping crime. They care about prosecuting crime. And so in order for them to do their job, they have to wait until the crime happens. And that's why they oftentimes enable the crime in order to get a conviction on somebody.
That's really kind of, that whole mindset change is kind of like terrifying, because, I think that a lot of us out there have seen this, and we may not have all the information, say, that somebody like you has, but you don't have to be too bright to be able to see that this was a federally set up situation. How do you open 20,000 pound magnetic doors? I mean, it's not like you go storm the castle with your $15 flags.
Right. And you're 100% correct. It was not an insurrection. That's why nobody's been charged with insurrection. But the FBI knows that. They just don't push back against, the left saying it was, because in their mind, it's not their role to explain the situation legally. That's why the FBI director doesn't come out and say it wasn't an insurrection. He says crimes took place, right? He doesn't say the crime of insurrection took place. He says a crime, crimes took place. So let me lay out where everything sort of started with me with regard to January 6th. Mm-hmm. I started as the senior collection strategist for domestic terrorism at the DNI in October, in late September of 2020. Now, I had been working counterterrorism for years before that, and I had been following all of the domestic terrorism plots supposed plots for many, many years. And I had realized even before I took that job, which they brought to me, I wasn't even looking for a job at the time. They asked me to come and do this senior collection strategist job. I had already realized we had some problems, because what I had realized in studying all of the supposed domestic terrorism events, that in almost every single case, it was somebody who was mentally ill. It wasn't somebody who was like ideologically motivated. It was somebody who was suffering from extreme anxiety, extreme depression, and suicidal ideation. And a lot of times suicidal ideation will morph into murder-suicide or some sort of homicide, death by cop type event in order to legitimize their existence. In other words, I'm so oppressed by the system that I'm going to carry out this atrocious attack, and then everybody in the world will know my name and I'll be important. And we've known for years. The FBI knows this. Behavioral Analysis Unit knows this. Most people are mentally ill that carry out these things, that then the FBI goes and brands domestic terrorism, because that's how they get terrorism dollars. If they were to go out and say, well, a lot of these mass shootings are actually just mentally ill people, they're not terrorism, even if they are motivated, by anti-Semitism or some kind of racial animus, even if they are, see, if they don't say that it was domestic terrorism, then they can't go to Congress and be like, we have a domestic terrorism problem and we need more money so we can recruit more sources so that we can stop more crimes. Remember, they don't want to stop anything. They want to prosecute people. So in order to prosecute somebody, the crime has to already have happened. And so they're not really in the business of stopping crimes. They're in the business of prosecuting crimes after the fact. So I took this job knowing going in what the real domestic terrorism landscape looked like, that there was probably very, very, very few actual domestic terrorists, white nationalists, sovereign citizens. I already knew that because I had already read everything NCT, the National Counterterrorism Center, had on this. That's why they hired me, because I was all over this information. And so sure enough, I get into the position. Well, when you're in these kinds of positions, you gain access to very, very compartmentalized information. As a purview of that particular job, you gain access into certain people and certain groups so that you can find out what they know, because it's highly classified information. And so I started doing a deep dive on everything that I didn't already know about domestic extremism, racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists, white nationalism, white supremacy, incels, involuntarily celibate, young men that carry out horrible crimes against women because they basically can't get laid. That's an actual terrorist organization. Those are considered terrorists by the FBI. Incels are considered domestic extremists and domestic terrorists, but they're really just, unfortunately, they're just mentally ill, many times autistic kids who can't build relationships or find it very difficult to build relationships. And then they take out their grievances on people, and it's terrible, but it's a mental health crisis, not domestic terrorism. But, so I kind of knew that going in. I started doing a deep dive, getting access to all this new information. And sure enough, I found out very quickly that there wasn't any. There were no indications of domestic extremism in the United States of any real degree. I had access to everything FBI had. I had access to everything NSA had. I had access to everything every federal organization in the U.S. government had. I had access to foreign intelligence information on domestic extremism mobilized into the United States. And bear in mind, I looked at terrorism now going back. Really, I have studied terrorism going back to the Beirut bombing, because I was a new soldier in the military around that time. And so I'd been studying this issue for many, many decades. But I found that there wasn't any. Literally, there was zero reporting on any actual instances of domestic terrorism. And then you're going to hear people say, oh, well, what about Timothy McVeigh? Well, Timothy McVeigh actually carried out the bombing he carried out in retribution against the federal government for Waco, Texas, and Ruby Ridge, which we now know, and the FBI admits, were horrific mistakes on the part of the FBI with regard to the religious zealots of Waco, Texas. Anytime you want to negotiate with the apocalyptic cult, you should fulfill their prophecies by driving over their vehicles with tanks and attacking them with federal forces. I mean, all they did was prove to the people in the Waco, Texas, that it was the end times. That's what it looked like to them when you surround them with 500 federal agents with tanks, and it's a bunch of women and children inside. That what do you expect the apocalyptic cult to believe then? And then, Ruby Ridge, we know that, Ruby's wife was killed and his son was killed by FBI. Ultimately, he received a settlement, several $1 million, because the FBI had murdered his wife and his son, a baby, because they overreacted to a fairly minor crime. They surrounded his house and a shootout took place. And then Timothy McVeigh did what he did in retribution against the government because he felt, and then of course, this also gave rise to the entire militia movement in the United States. Waco, Texas, Ruby Ridge gave rise to the militia movement in the United States because the American people started seeing that the federal government was not necessarily their ally in protecting the Constitution, that they were willing to violate the Constitution and even people's rights if they thought they could get their man. And so, I knew all this stuff going in, but the thing that came out of me being in there was, and I was responsible for drafting the documents that would go to the National Security Council for approval for the approved whole of government federal strategy for domestic terrorism. I drafted it, and it was supposed to go to the National Security Council, but I had problems with it because the FBI wanted a federal domestic terrorism statute, just like we have for overseas terrorists. They wanted a federal law written by Congress that would basically give them permission to violate the Constitution. And they would say, well, we can't really investigate domestic terrorism because that pesky thing called the Constitution stands in our way. We need to get around the First Amendment because these people say things, but we can't really investigate them because they're just saying things. And I'm like, that's the whole purpose of the Constitution, is to prevent the government from being able to investigate you for speaking your mind. That's the whole point. And while I was there, I was pushing back. I had a FBI joint duty assignment boss who was a neophyte when it came to terrorism and came to apparently even the Constitution. And I was pushing back and saying, this needs to be looked at by legal. This needs to be considered by legal before it goes to the National Security Council as a recommendation. Because I'm telling you, the Supreme Court's already said, you can't do this. They said that during the Church Commission back in the 70s when they went after Martin Luther King and the KKK and they infiltrated a bunch of churches. Oh, you mean like the Catholic Church like they're doing now? They had already been down this road. The FBI had already been down this road with the Church Committee back when they were looking for supposedly secret communists during the Church Committee. And their hands were slapped, and that's how we got FISA. But now, 2016, basically they've thrown all that out, and they're just basically doing whatever they want. And they wanted a federal domestic terrorism statute so they could get around the Constitution. And I was pushing back against that. And so in October, now I had run for U.S. Senate in Virginia in 2019 and 2020. And right before I had taken this job, actually. And as I was traveling Virginia, this was during the Second Amendment sanctuary movement, and I was speaking all over the state, and I was speaking to a lot of patriots and a lot of Trump supporters and a lot of people that were very, very aggrieved by the unconstitutional counterintelligence investigation into the Trump campaign, the outing of Carter Page as a source for the CIA by the Democrats, the Steele dossier, which now we know has been proven to be bogus, and the FBI knew it. the Virginians were very, very upset about the overreach of the federal government at the time. And I was feeling a lot of people that were saying and hearing people say, you know, hey, we got to do something. We got to go down there and do something about the governor. We got to go do something about the Congress. We got to, and I would be like, well, what are you talking about? And they would be like, well, we're just waiting for the Civil War to start. And I was like, wait, what are you talking about? And they're like, yeah, we feel like this is the only way we're going to be able to solve this is with a civil war because our own government's now turned against us. And I would always push back and I would say, you know, look, it's not going to come to that. You know, that's not going to happen. We're going to prevent that from happening. And because most of these people don't really know what a civil war looks like, but I do.
And it's like, I always say to people too, it's like, I don't even want to hear this, grab your torches and pitchforks and let's go storm the castle. That's not what we do.
No.
The law is on our side.
Yeah.
We just have to go back to the law. We can't justify anything by breaking the law.
And here's the thing, Donna. Here's the thing. That's the nuance of all this is that many people, if the government has reached a point of becoming a tyranny of the people, then we are constitutionally obligated to overthrow that government. I don't think we've reached that point. I am not suggesting we've reached that point, but I am saying that a great many people are losing faith in the government to protect the U.S. Constitution. And because of that, you run the risk, and that's what I was noticing. See, I was noticing this in October of 2020, where a lot of people were very, very upset. And so we were in a meeting. I was in a meeting with the FBI Domestic Terrorism Task Force, and I asked them, I said, hey, are we exploring any potential black swan events? Now, most people don't know what a black swan is. But a black swan, and Alex Jones is talking about black swans just recently, okay? But a black swan, in the military uses that term. Nobody else really uses that term. The military uses that term to describe an event that occurs that cannot be really anticipated or planned for, or it's very hard to anticipate or plan for it because it appears as a very small thing, which very rapidly escalates and gets out of control. So a black swan event, in my mind, from the military perspective, would be something like a little boat full of U.S. Navy sailors has an engine problem and it drifts into Iranian waters, and the Iranian government picks up the sailors and they take them to Kish Island and they interrogate them. Now that really did happen. That actually happened. Okay, that's kind of a black swan, right? The motor dies, they drift in the wrong place. That can go bad real quickly.
Bad things happen real quick because it's kind of like unpredicted and out of control. And
correct.
And, yeah,
correct.
You got to figure something out, but you don't know exactly what until you get there.
Correct. And you don't know, like one of the guys, one of the sailors is maybe a Navy SEAL and he fights somebody, and like who knows what's going to happen when a little boat of sailors gets picked up by the Iranian military, right? Who knows? Another black swan event, more on the domestic front, might be I go to Kenosha, Wisconsin, and I'm there to protect the private property of a friend of mine, and I get attacked by some wackos with Molotov cocktails, and I have to defend myself, and I'm armed with an AR-15, and I end up shooting and almost killing 3 people. That's a black swan event. That is not something anybody anticipated. It's one kid, 17, surrounded and has to defend himself. And that's the kind of thing that is a black swan. That is not a government orchestrated false flag. It's just something that happens because ultimately that could have spiraled out of control. Kyle Rittenhouse could have had friends with him that start shooting, and the people in the crowd start shooting, and then you have a shootout in the street, and then you got video of people going body to body and shooting people laying on the ground. You know, like that kind of crazy crap can happen if you're not disciplined and you're not prepared for bad stuff to happen. That kind of stuff can happen. And and that's why I talk about all this, because people need to understand that something as simple as protecting yourself in the streets of Kenosha, Wisconsin could escalate, and it could become something worse than it did. And thank God that it didn't. And thank God that Kyle Rittenhouse was completely exonerated. And I believe Kyle Rittenhouse saved our country that day, because what he did is he proved that we have the right to self-defense, even against the left, if they attack us in the street, even if we're 17 and we happen to be armed with an AR-15. He basically proved the Second Amendment works. And everybody has the right to it. Everybody in the whole country, as long as you're a law-abiding citizen.
Kind of an obligation too. I mean, the Second Amendment is not just that we have the right to bear arms, but that we are supposed to have a well-regulated militia. That's every single one of us
That's correct.
has the duty to protect.
Yeah.
And we have the right to protect our property on our side.
That's
and
but the Second Amendment, Donna, is not about protecting yourself, and it's not about protecting your property. It's about protecting the country.
It's about protecting the country from the politicians and those that are
from anyone.
Anyone. But right now, it's kind of like us against them. In my opinion, we have
it is
that way.
It is. It's being made to feel that way. So anyway, I pushed back during this VTC with the FBI Domestic Terrorism Task Force. I asked them if they were exploring any potential black swans, because that's what the military does. The military exercises responses to fake scenarios, so that we can figure out what we would do if, some wonky freaking event happened. How would we react to it, and how do we keep it in the box and keep it from becoming a big thing? Right. Well, the FBI responded to me. Now, this is the FBI Domestic Terrorism Task Force. They responded to me, "We don't do false flags." And I said, wait. I said, I didn't say false flag. I said black swan. And I explained to them what that was. And they didn't know what I was talking about. They didn't know at all what I was talking about. They thought, and I'm convinced at this point, that they thought I was a domestic terrorist because I was suggesting that they did false flags, which I've worked with these guys. I'm sorry, Donna, they couldn't do it. They're not smart enough to do this. Okay. They're not smart enough to do this. I've worked with these people. I know a lot of people want to believe that, but listen, America, they're not smart enough. Okay. Trust me. If a guy in the room is telling them what black swans are and they don't know what that is, then trust me, they couldn't pull off a black swan or a false flag. But so anyway,
you'd have to work a little bit to convince me of that, quite honestly. I've seen enough of this clown show out there that it makes me really wonder.
Yeah, I have some concerns about some things, and I will hit on those at the end of this part where we're talking about the domestic terrorism piece. I do have some concerns about the agitators and the instigators. So anyway, at the time, I was the national spokesman for Vets for Trump. I eventually became the chairman for Vets for Trump. And I did that for about a year after January 6th. Vets for Trump was scrutinized by the FBI as well. They thought Vets for Trump might have been working with Oath Keepers and Proud Boys, which of course we were not. And I don't think anybody was working with them either. They've been caught up in all this, but I don't believe that they did anything criminal either. They're just a scapegoat. But so on January 5th, I was on the ground on January 5th in front of the U.S. Supreme Court with a group called Virginia Women for Trump. And I spoke on that stage. But prior to our rally, the Capitol Police basically pushed everybody back from our rally stage, and the crowd kind of went crazy because they thought they were trying to shut down our rally on January 5th. And what it was that some women had gone through, they were a religious group, and they were sprinkling salt on the ground, walking around the Supreme Court, trying to pray for the Supreme Court. And the Capitol Police believed that was some form of possibly a chemical attack, right? So whatever. And so they wanted to investigate it. And I said, okay, no problem. I was kind of helping with the crowd control a little bit. I'm bald and people listen to me when I talk a lot. So, but
bald.
yeah, I'm bald, and and I don't smile when I'm in public. I don't smile. Only on BTCs.
You got your spook glasses on too,
yeah,
so with your Men in Black jacket on, you stand there. It's like, okay, this guy's is like really, really super legit.
Yeah. So anyway, I go to the Capitol Police Chief and I say, hey, what do you need? He says, I just need everybody to stay back for about 20 minutes or so. We're going to check this out, and you guys can go back to your rally. So I said, okay, no problem. Remember, this is on January 5th now, January 5th. So I go back to the crowd, and they're yelling and screaming. It's like 5 little police officers that are just like holding back a crowd of like 1,000 people, right? And I shout down the entire crowd, total silence. And I said, listen, I said, we don't do this. We back the blue. I said, we cannot fall for the trap that the left has set for us. Don't fall for the trap. Don't listen to the instigators and the agitators, because that's what they want. They want us to fight the police. That's what they want. Now, Donna, that was God speaking through me, because that's what happened on January 6th. The instigators and the agitators took advantage of the passions of the crowd. But I saw that a possibility on January 5th, and I stopped it on January 5th because I was there and I was present, and I'm bald and people listen to me.
That's like one of the greatest lines in my entire life. I'm going to remember that forever.
Well, I just think it's true. So, so I calmed the crowd down. And if you go look at the J6 Attack website, a guy interviewed me after that, and he said, hey, I just met this guy, but I like what he's saying. And I'm really looking for the guy who has the video of me quieting the crowd the first time. But this guy interviewed me for a good 10 minutes. And I said exactly the same thing. I said, listen, we got to be careful, because there's a lot of passion in the crowd. There's instigators and there's agitators out there, and they are our enemy. They are our enemy. They want us to fight the police, and we've got to be on guard for that. And I said, because, if we look back at the American Revolution, it was one shot, one bullet that was fired between the militia and the redcoats, and the spark of liberty came into the world because of one guy. And nobody knows who shot it. Nobody knows who shot. It doesn't matter who shot, because ultimately we had the revolution, and fortunately we won by God's, grace. And gave birth to liberty, I believe, in the world for people all around the world because of what happened in the United States during the American Revolution. And that's why so many people believe that a civil war ain't all that bad, because we think they want a clean house, but they don't know what the consequences of that would be. I'm very sorry. They don't know.
It's like what the disparity between weapons between them and us is enormous. Well, and not only that, it's like once you start bloodshed, you typically there isn't a good end to it. I mean, look across the planet. Look at what's happened in Venezuela and the Ukraine. Yeah. Do we really want that here?
No, we cannot allow that. We cannot allow that to happen.
Allow that to happen.
Yeah,
we have a lawful process. Yeah. All we got to do is follow that and keep our heads clear.
Do you know how the Arab Spring started, Donna?
No.
The Arab Spring, basically, and I don't know the total numbers on it, but it's in the millions of people who've been killed as a result of the Arab Spring. And basically, the Arab Spring was a revolution among the Islamic people across North Africa and into the Middle East. But it was one guy lit himself on fire because the government in Tunisia had confiscated his food cart and he couldn't feed his family. And so it was some kind of government regulation. He didn't have a license or something. And he lit himself on fire in front of some government building. And ultimately it sparked a revolution that ended up with millions of people dead. So people don't think it can happen here, but it can happen here. And so we have to be on guard. We have to be on guard constantly. And because we've got to do everything we can to prevent it. So, On January 6th, I was at the Latinos for Trump rally that was over on the other side of the Washington, D.C., on the other side of the Senate office buildings. We watched Trump's speech from start to finish at that location. And then after that, I went to the Capitol building and I was an eyewitness. I got there sometime between 2 and 2:30, I think. I was never near any of the violence. In fact, we saw people going up the steps kind of, but we didn't see any of the lower violence. I did an interview with the J6 committee. And if you read my testimony, it's kind of funny because they're like, I said at one point, I said, we got CS gas like 10 or 20 times. I don't know how many times we got CS gas. And I kind of laughed about it. And they were like, well, wasn't that an indication that you should leave? And I was like, well, they weren't CS gassing us. They were just CS gassing everybody. Right. You know what I mean? Like, and now we see the January 6th video that have all come out. And I just posted on my Twitter page an instance where there's video of the Capitol Police literally throwing stinger grenades and CS grenades into the crowd wildly, 20 grenades into the same little pocket of people who were totally peaceful. They were totally peaceful. And they were being, and I would argue that this is how a black swan happens. You have a whole bunch
of instigating it is what they were doing.
They did. And not on purpose. I don't, and that's the thing, that's where we've got to be very, very specific. Imagine you're 300 policemen and you're facing down 250,000 angry Americans. Put yourself in that position for a minute, Donna. Okay? 300 policemen are standing down against 250,000 angry Americans. Now, the angry Americans aren't violent, but they are angry. And then you get some instigators and agitators on the edge. That starts a couple kerfuffles with the police. We don't know who those people are a lot of times. Some of those people we know are mentally ill. Some of those people are extremely aggrieved and extremely vulnerable with regard to their concerns about the government. And you get a few altercations between law enforcement and the crowd. Well, then you get a couple of policemen who lose their cool. And a couple of those policemen start wildly throwing stinger grenades and CS gassing the crowd. And well, that's exactly what a black swan is. You had a little tiny event with maybe a couple of violent protesters and you overreacted by CS gassing and stinger grenading everybody. Well, as soon as you did that, and it's on video, there's one of the Capitol policemen is saying that every time we gas them, we create 10 more. So whether or not it was deliberately instigated is irrelevant to me, Donna. The facts are simple. I believe that in response to minor problems, the Capitol Police overreacted and they started CS gassing and they started stinger grenading the crowd. When they did, a lot of people in that crowd who were already upset about the government decided to take matters into their own hands. And they started defending women who were pushed downstairs. They started getting angry when they watched people be shoved off 25-foot, scaffoldings, or when the guy's climbing up the thing. They essentially, what they did was exactly what I would have warned the FBI of. And that is, you cannot overreact. If you overreact, you will inflame the crowd. And that is ultimately what happened, is that the actions of the Capitol Police into a generally peaceful crowd of veterans and former law enforcement and some active duty law enforcement and some active duty military felt they were being attacked by the U.S. Capitol Police. Mm-hmm. And they were being attacked. They were being attacked. Whether it was on purpose or not, they were being attacked. That's just a fact. Now, a lot of people will jump to the conclusion, well, that was planned. That was done on purpose. I'm an intel analyst. I've got to have proof in writing, or I got to have a witness where somebody comes and says, I was told to attack the crowd, or the plan was to attack the crowd, or we were on, and Ivan Raiklin is a very good friend of mine. He believes that there were deliberate decisions made to make the Capitol Police weak or weaker than they should have been, so that the violence was easier to implement, which I believe is possible. I believe that that theory is possible. There's no concrete evidence of that, but it sure looks suspicious when you get offered 20,000 National Guard and you've got threat reporting all over the place of potential violence. And you got people like Tom Speciale saying, hey, there's a lot of fragility in America right now, and I'm stopping violence on January 5th. And then you say, well, we don't really need any National Guard. And I've talked to a very senior Capitol policeman who's told me that they were at half manning, that they didn't even have everybody in. And this individual also told me that most of the Capitol Police that were on the Capitol grounds that day in the Metro PD had never worked together. And most of them were not trained in riot control.
Okay, that was like, this is like a recipe for all kinds of bad things happening.
Correct. So that's why there is a good possibility. Here is, and this is going to be my real analysis of what happened. I do believe it was a black swan. I do believe that there were people on the right that hoped it happened. And there were people on the left who hoped it happened. Some people on the left may have actually made it likely to happen to try and defame Trump. That's possible. That's a possibility. I'm not saying they did that because I don't have any evidence of that. And I'm very careful about what I say that I know to be true. But we do know that it's very strong suspicion that they deliberately made decisions to not have as good a security on the Capitol as they should have. And they knew there was potential violence, which they did not disseminate to other law enforcement entities, which Chief Sund has come right out and said. And Chief Sund I have read Chief Sund's transcripts very, very carefully. His transcripts and every interview he's given, he has laid out over and over again, 20, 30, 40 times he requested the National Guard to come and assist. And they said, we don't like the optics of that. Well, I believe that the crowd would have probably responded better to National Guardsmen than they would have to the police. I do. I believe that. Now, the problem is it was only a couple hundred guys that they even had on call for the National Guard. And so there were some catastrophic decisions made that resulted in an increased likelihood, let's just say, of there being violence. And there are people, Ivan Raiklin, and I love Ivan. Ivan and I are very good friends. He is convinced that it was done on purpose. I am not convinced yet. I see a lot of the same evidence he sees, but because of my training and my critical thinking, I can't, until I see the facts of it being a planned event, then I can see only the possibility that they deliberately made things fragile to take advantage of the passions of the crowd. But I will say, though, that there are several things that are very, very concerning to me. And I'm in the January 6th documentary with Epoch Times that's coming out on the 6th. And I go over this a little bit in that as well. But there's been a couple other things that have come out since then as well. The number one thing is we had 2 pipe bombs that were put in front of the RNC and the DNC at around 8 p.m. the night before January 6th. So on January 5th, on the night of January 5th. And somehow they walked up right to the fronts of these 2 buildings and dropped pipe bombs off, and nobody saw them. Well, these pipe bombs had 60-minute kitchen timers on them. So they weren't digital. They weren't remote detonated. They clearly were not very sophisticated, because any IED maker out of the Middle East would have known how to do a better job than this. Okay. So some what appeared to me to be bogus bombs were placed in front of the DNC and the RNC, which, by the way, is suspicious in and of itself, because that's how you throw suspicion off of one or the other, by putting it in front of both, right? That's a deliberate act to do that. 60-minute cook timers, neither one of them went off. That's suspicious. So the bomb maker is also inept. He was able to sneak in and he was able to put him down, but he apparently couldn't make a bomb that worked.
Unless just for optics or distraction.
And then those pipe bombs were reported to the police minutes before Ray Epps carried out the first breach on the Capitol grounds. Which, if a bomb is reported in Washington, D.C., you immediately pull police and go to that location and secure that location. So to me, it looks like there could have been some, and again, this is just a suspicion. This is just me using my critical thinking skills. Upstairs, the smoke alarm is going off. Hopefully somebody will shut that off. My wife, thank you, wife. Okay. But so to me, that looks a little strange and suspicious because we know Ray Epps was at every breach point. He's one of the few people we know was all night the night before and the day of. He was running around DC telling everybody we got to go into the Capitol, is what he was saying. He's the only person I know, and I knew all of the main speakers. I knew all the speakers on the stages. I knew nobody was saying go into the Capitol except for Ray Epps. That's very, very suspicious. And then the pipe bombs are discovered, reported to the police at the same time he breaches, orchestrates the breach. And we have to assume that he orchestrated it because in his own text message to his son, he says, I orchestrated it. That's how do you not get arrested and go to the gulag if you're the one guy? I don't know. Supposedly because he cooperated with the police. But you know, we don't really have anybody's word on that except the police. And so we don't really trust that. One last thing that I just found out a couple days ago that I think is very, very, very extremely suspicious. And you may or may not have heard this, but you've seen the pictures of the noose, right? Of the noose hanging with the Capitol building in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That gallows was built at 6 a.m. in the morning on January 6th. And that's on, if you go to Open Ink, the guy has a great 20-minute video of them building this gallows. And it's 5 people who build this gallows at 6 a.m. in the morning, and they hang a noose on the Capitol grounds at 6 a.m. in the morning.
Okay, I'm going to pull this up.
And then they leave. And the FBI has no idea who built the gallows. So somebody built the gallows as I have a major fire alarm upstairs.
Dinner's almost ready,
yeah,
right?
Dinner's almost ready.
Yeah, it's okay.
But what's curious...
J6 timeline.
Yep, and the J6 timeline is fantastic, but you got to log into his website, and there's a thing on there on the gallows, and then the J6
here, I'm
timeline.
I'm gonna bring this up just one second here.
Yep, so, the gallows right there. Yep, fantastic. Everybody should go to this page. The J6 documentary that the guy just did is a minute-by-minute video documentary. But nobody knows who built this gallows. It looks to me the FBI hasn't arrested anybody. They built a gallows on the Capitol grounds. The Democrats were all running around claiming that we did it, but the FBI doesn't know who did it. The FBI has made no arrests with regard to the gallows. Wow. They've also made suspiciously no arrests with regard to the pipe bombs. Wow. Both events, to me, the reason that the thing that I see about the gallows that's extremely suspicious is the fact that it was built at 6 o'clock in the morning on the Capitol grounds on camera. And apparently none of the Capitol Police went down to investigate. Why are you building a gallows on the Capitol grounds on a day where it's supposed to be an event that's totally peaceful?
Wow.
Nobody even went and talked to them as they built it. Now, in the thing, he says that 2 of the people who built it actually, now bear in mind, there's license plate readers all over DC. They have license plate readers all over DC. If you go to DC, trust me, they can pull your license plate up. A white van drops off the building materials They don't know whose van it is, apparently. And 2 of the people that built it got out of a taxi cab. Well, taxi cabs only take credit card. So somehow 5 people magically built this and have been able to avoid detection or arrest by the FBI. It's very, very curious.
It is. You want to see something kind of cool?
Yeah, let's see it.
All right, so this is kind of cool. So I happen to have some J6 video that never made it into the archive that somebody gifted it to me. I got my little stamp on there.
Okay.
Make sure if they're gonna want to talk to somebody, here it is. I was not there, but I wanted to bring this out here because I think this is interesting.
We might have to occupy the right the Congress. I want to see her a couple days. Yeah, well, you know what? I think so. I asked, are you ready to stand here for several days to occupy the Capitol? Ask yourselves, what price are you willing to pay for your liberty? What price? Think about that. Continue. We outnumber them. Continue forward. Continue. Do not back down. Do not stand down. Don't stop. Continue to storm this Capitol. Do not stop. Where's the ramp? Where's the handicap ramp? I got a terrible ramp. I gotta find a way to get up there. This is our 1776. It does not get any better than this right now, guys. Up this ramp here. Go on this way. Continue not to the sides. Up here. Go up the ramp, not to the sides, but continue straight forward. We have reached the Capitol. We are up to the stairs. We will fill the Capitol. All of you must be in the Capitol. Do not be afraid. Move forward. Move forward. They cannot arrest us all. They will not.
Do we know if this gentleman was arrested?
Was not arrested.
Be arrested for freedom. So you must decide. Are you going to be fed with the patriots and made like little boys and girls to go home? Yes or no? Go first. Have the courage. All the countries have no value unless you have courage. You will defy the lockdown if you have guts and sit back. We are now beginning Occupy Congress. Occupy Congress. It starts today. This is day 1. We're going to be here all night. If you notice, the police are afraid of us. They're afraid of people like this. They are not here to protect and to serve us. They are not here to serve and protect. They are here to shut us down and silence us, and we won't have it. Block the police. Block a tyrannical government controlled by a Democratic mayor. He will continue to storm the Capitol. Storm the Capitol. People report to the Capitol. Do not let him in.
Pretty disturbing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like there were a lot of people that were out there that feel that this was okay, and that's why I warned. There's very high passion in the crowd, and we've got to be on guard for the agitators and the instigators. And clearly, these people are instigating, right? They're not agitating, but they're instigating for sure. And they, people don't know who these people are. And if they're not arrested, I don't know how you arrest an old lady for going in the Capitol after the doors are open, and you don't arrest the people that were, or at least question them,
It's really one of those things that I think the lesson to come away from all of this. I listened to somebody in the state of Michigan tell people to go into the voting, into the precincts and unplug the machines, to go in there with firearms. I listened to somebody say that, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah.
And to see something like this, knowing that I do believe that we're going to see some major stuff going forward that we can't expect. We're pretty sure. And I think getting ourselves mentally prepared, not to have an emotional response, but to try to think our way through this, because we do not want to be the ones that are escalating something by them baiting us or doing something that's just stupid, like throwing things into the crowd.
Yeah, 100%.
And I really believe, I hate to say it, but I believe that our ability to regret or to redress grievances does not include the type of protests that we've seen. It doesn't include them.
Right.
That is a very, very ignorant way to address anything, is to go out there in the streets and grab your torches and pitchforks and such. That's only going to end in bad things.
Yeah,
and to do this in a lawful way.
And what I tell people is that we're not there yet. Okay. And then, we're not there yet. We're not at the point where violence is the only option. Okay. There's a lot of people who want there to be violence because they feel powerless, Donna. They feel like their voices aren't being heard. And that's why it's so important that we get a fulsome investigation. One of the things that we haven't really had a chance to talk about, and I don't want to kill your whole evening here, obviously, but this
is great. I want to hear what you have to say. This is really great.
Why? And this is a very important element of all this. And I touched on it a little bit before, but why did, possibly 250,000 Americans travel to Washington, D.C. to see Donald Trump on January 6th? People aren't asking the right questions. They are running around going, why did the violence happen? No. That's not that happened after the 250,000 Americans traveled from all across the country to go there. And they didn't go there for violence, because if they had, we'd had a much bigger problem on our hands, right? Mm-hmm. And that the evidence is right in front of us. They didn't go there for violence. Otherwise, they traveled all the way across the country and then they turned around and went home, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Okay.
They weren't there to support President Trump.
They were there to support President Trump and also to demand a redress of grievances. In other words, to show how aggrieved they are by the situation. Well, what is the grievance? What is the grievance? Okay. It's the Christopher Steele dossier that becomes a false counterintelligence investigation, that becomes the Russia collusion hoax, that becomes the outing of Carter Page as a source. He's actually working for CIA, and the Democrats out him. And then on top of that, then we have the Hunter Biden laptop that the FBI knew was true, that they covered up, that then they went to Facebook and Twitter and everybody else, and they said, hey, you can't talk about this because, well, and then you get Peter, you get Strzok and Page, who are running the investigation against Trump, who are clearly manipulating the investigation. They're leaking information to the media about the investigation into Trump. Okay, these are all election interference activities. The FBI, and I want to be very clear here, every single one of the people involved in this, I believe at the FBI, was already fired. I do believe, because I know how counterintelligence investigations work, not very many people know really what's going on with a counterintelligence investigation. It's a very small group of people, okay? Now, granted, not everybody got fired probably, but the key ones did, including the guy who just went to prison for 4 years for starting the investigation against Trump, and he ends up working for some Russian oligarch criminally, helping the guy do investigating American citizens or investigating his political rivals, right? So we have this FBI corruption that's going on, and all these people have been fired, including Comey. They've all been fired. So the FBI did do things to try and correct the issue, but has anybody from the FBI, and Director Wray has come close a few times, I believe, but has anybody from the FBI come out and said, we are sorry we interfered in the election? We should not have been in contact with Facebook and Twitter and telling them to silence American free speech regarding the Hunter Biden laptop or the dossier or the illegal, Crossfire Hurricane investigation. We meddled in the election and we screwed this up, because had we not meddled, more than likely Trump would have won the election. They know that. Everybody knows that. Trump would have won had they not interfered in the election. Now, does that constitute stealing the election? That's what Donald Trump says. Donald Trump says they stole the election. I don't believe they stole the election. I believe what they did is they influenced the election, just like the Russians did.
Sabotaged it.
Well, and they sabotaged Donald Trump. And we now know that. So now here's the problem. Is the abuse by our own government against half of the American people to keep their president from becoming the president, is that going to be enough for people to go to war? I hope not. I hope not. But there are millions of Americans who are very, very upset, and they should be. And they should be. Violence is not going to be the answer to this, and I say this, and it'll be in my documentary, or in the documentary with Epoch Times, I hope. And that is I think that the National Security Division of the FBI needs to be taken out of the FBI and put somewhere else, because they are not doing a good job, because they're mixing intelligence operations and law enforcement operations. You can't do those two things. You cannot do those point. Cannot do it. You cannot do those two things together. You can't do it. And that's why the DOD doesn't do it. That's why we don't do it.
That's a really great point.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's gotten them in trouble. That's what got them in trouble with the church committee. If you go back and you look at the things the FBI director said during the church committee, it's the exact same excuses that they are using now with regard to the illegal counterintelligence investigations and the meddling in the election. And it's they're doing it to protect America, to protect democracy. Well, covering up the Hunter Biden laptop is meddling in the election. It is not protecting democracy. It's silent. It's voiding the Constitution when you do that. You can't void the Constitution just because it's not politically in your favor, and that's what these members, people within the FBI did. And I think that the ones that were directly involved have been held accountable. But that doesn't rebuild trust with the American people overnight, and it's going to take time, and the FBI is going to have to prove itself. And I think that the way to do that is just to separate the National Security Division away from the law enforcement divisions of the FBI. Let the FBI go back to looking for white collar criminals and human traffickers and drug trafficking, and get them out of the intelligence business. They're not good at it. They don't do it well. And we need to rebuild faith in the FBI again. And the only way you're going to do that is if you take away the national security wing of the FBI, the division of the FBI.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's a lot put together there for certain, and there really is. But, what I'm impressed about is looking forward to seeing how to prevent something like this again in the future. Mm-hmm. And, we need to resolve what we have right now, but there's two parts of that. Not only do we need to resolve what happened and what's happening, but we also have to look in the future and say, no go, guys. If we go to violence, it's never going to stop. And that's not the way to go forward into any of these. The bad guys, that's it. Like you said, that's what they want us to do. They want somebody to do something stupid.
That's right.
And
that's right.
And we can't do that. The best thing we could all do is to just stop and pray.
Yep.
And really,
well, and we have to be vocal, and we have to we have to get outside of our narrative bubbles. We have to listen. If anybody look, I love Alex Jones. I love Owen Schroyer. These guys have been persecuted to no end because of their beliefs and because of their reach in social media. I was on Alex Jones' show a couple years ago when my U.S. Senate campaign. I really admire these guys. They're very, very courageous, but they're not trained in intelligence work. They don't know, I knew that Epstein Island was probably a CIA Mossad operation the minute I heard that there was underage girls there and there was a bunch of foreign dignitaries. I knew immediately what that was, because anybody in the intelligence community knows that that's the number one way you compromise somebody. And that doesn't mean our government was doing it necessarily, but they may have been watching the Israelis do it. They may have been watching the Israelis do it through Ghislaine and Epstein. They very well may have, but I suspected that from the very beginning. That doesn't mean that there's a cult of, a pedophile cult all over the country. It just means that more than likely the intelligence community got caught with their pants down, and they were using Epstein to compromise foreign foreign diplomats, more than likely, foreign government officials,
domestic too,
and very possibly a foreign government might have been compromising domestic politicians, which is also something very probable. And let me just give everybody a little insider baseball on this, right? Because this is going to be a more and more of a topic. And I have to be careful about this because I don't want people, I'm being the devil's advocate in this. What is the legal age of consent for a young girl in Mexico? What is the legal age of consent?
I don't know that answer.
Okay, what do you think it is?
I don't even want to wager a guess because I'm going to be wrong. It's what?
12.
Wow.
12.
Okay.
Okay. So in Mexico, if you go to Mexico and you're a 50-year-old man and you have sex with a 12-year-old girl, is it a crime?
Not to their law.
Not according to Mexican law. It's not a crime, right? Especially if she's consenting. Right? Because she's consenting, because she's in her mind, she's an adult in her culture. Okay. Now I know how crazy, evil, and sick this all sounds. Okay. It is to me, but we're not the morality police. We're not the morality police. So if a Mexican girl, and I'm again, hypothetically here, if a Mexican girl is flown from Mexico to Epstein Island, and she sleeps with a 50-year-old man consensually, is it a crime? Of course it is. Of course it's a crime. It's a horrible crime against humanity for any 50-year-old man to be sleeping with a 12-year-old girl, right? And it's in the United States. But what if that dignitary happens to be a foreign government official that we want the secrets about the next time that there's going to be a Russian invasion of some country? And we have the guy on videotape, and now he works for us because we got him on videotape with a 12-year-old girl. This stuff has been going on for centuries. And I think that's probably what Epstein Island was. But it's not a satanic cult of pedophiles. It's just evil shit. Pardon my French. It's just evil.
I don't censor.
It's evil.
It's
okay.
evil.
And the intelligence community, that we get a briefing. Everybody that travels abroad in the U.S. government gets a briefing before they go overseas. Don't go to the brothels because they're all wired for sound and video.
Why would anybody even have to be told that?
But Donna,
am I? Nobody carded me for this life or something. Why would somebody even have to be told?
Because men are stupid. Okay, because men are stupid and men are weak and men are vulnerable, and it's the nature of the beast that the enemy, and I'm in this case, I mean like just our geopolitical enemies. I'm not even talking about Satan. Okay, our enemies want to compromise us, and so they'll put the girl who's 16 who looks 22 in front of you at the bar. They'll do everything they can to compromise you. And that's why we get these briefings before we travel to you could be the ugliest guy in the place, but the most beautiful girl in the bar is your friend tonight. Wrong. She's not your friend. Okay. But that's the kind of stuff that goes on in the intelligence world where you have to be warned against this type of intelligence activity. And, the Russians are extremely good at it. The Chinese have become better at it. I wouldn't put it past the Iranians, but, as an intelligence officer, I am not aware of any of those operations, but I know that in the past, I'm sure we did do those things. And I wouldn't put it past the Israelis to do it against Americans. And I'm not saying they are, I'm just saying I wouldn't put it past them. Right? Because I don't trust anybody, because I'm an intelligence officer, and I'm skeptical of everybody.
But that should go without saying, though, shouldn't it? I mean, when somebody's in that, are these people that dumb?
Some of them are.
That go into office like that. Are they actually that dumb?
Some of them are. And let's look at what this member of the House just came out and said just recently. Member of the House, the Republican member of the House, came out and said on video that there's a whole bunch of sexual blackmail going on in Washington, D.C. I'm not surprised.
Well, I can tell you what was told to me, which is really weird. I had an ex-congressman come to me and tell me I had to pay $20,000 to somebody to get on the ballot, or I would never even get on the ballot. And I have a witness to it. And then the person said, yeah, she said, you don't understand how this works. I said, why don't you just tell me? He said, yeah, he said, I was in DC, and he said, I went around the corner, and he said, I hit a woman. So I got out of the car and I went and looked, and it was the congressman in drag. And he said, if you don't say anything, I won't say anything. And this went on and on and on. And it just got worse. And so I'm like, we're kind of done. And he went out by his truck, and he said, here's a stick of blackmail for every member of Congress. He said, FBI's been trying to get it for me for years. I said, really? He said, yeah, I just keep telling him I don't have it. He said, if you use it, it'll get you in. If you don't, it'll get you killed. And I'm like, this discussion is done, and don't come back.
Yeah, Donna,
so
this is
all this stuff. I mean, this is me, little old me that should have been carded before I even walked on this planet here, clearly, for this kind of nonsense that goes on. This is what goes on.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's crazy. Even for me, I had somebody offer me $4 million in my bank account in 48 hours.
For what?
They wanted me to help ink a deal. And I got it, and I've got the messages that back up that it was said, and all this sort of thing. So I mean, honestly, there's so much of this going on that until we bring the hammer down on these sort of operations too, like Epstein and all of it. I mean, just even. I mean, it was like boom, we're done. You know what I did with that guy? I actually went ahead and I had screenshotted stuff, and I put it up on BNN, and then I sent him the link. And he started angrily texting me.
Yeah.
I'm like, you said it. I just put it out there.
Yeah. It's a very filthy business. And when we keep electing these same types of people over and over and over again, why are we surprised? Politics was not supposed to be a career. It was supposed to be a sacrifice for your community. And we are not recruiting people. And I mean, by electing them, like if it was me, I would tell everybody, vote for the person with the least amount of money in the primary.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because that's the guy who there's nobody controlling that guy. Mm-hmm. That's a guy who genuinely wants to do good.
Yeah. And
he's not friends with anybody. But the guy that walks in with $1 million, you got to suspect
who's paying.
Where's all this money coming from? Where's all this money coming from?
Right. So, who's paying them? What do they stand to gain?
Yeah.
That sort of thing. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it's too bad. But I mean, I guess this is a word to the wise of everybody out there, is that we are all of us being set up right now for all kinds of things.
Right.
And we may not even know that we're being a subject to that type of manipulation. Yeah. But the way out of it is do not react. Don't react. You can act. You can plan to redress your grievances. You can do it in a smart, legal way. But if you react out of an emotional response, it's going to turn badly quickly. You've got to be the adult, the bigger person, and look at things and reason this out. What are they doing this for? Why are they doing this?
Yeah. What's in it for them?
What's in it for them? What are they trying to accomplish?
That's right. Yeah.
Are they trying to start a war where they let you do their dirty work of killing the people to start it so that their hands are clean and it goes all on you? Because that's what's happening in so many different instances.
Yeah. Well, and I think the reality is they know that they can't win that fight. They can't win that fight, but they can win on the fringe. They can win on the fringe if we overreact. Right. That's how they win. They win on the margin. They don't win. They know they can't win that. They know they can't win a stand-up fight. So they'll win on the margin, they'll win on the fringe, and little bit by little bit. And that's what they've done. They've subverted our education system, they've subverted our politics, they've subverted our churches. They've really subverted, but you and I know as people of faith, Donna, that we know how this ends. I mean, bottom line, we know how this ends, and God's going to be victorious in the end, and we just have to be that. And that's really what I try and do is I try and be reasonable, to be critical, and to not be emotional, and to try and spur the thinking of others rather than telling people what to think. Anybody who's, and I'm glad I remembered this. Anybody who is telling you that they know the answers and they are telling you what to think about something or how to act or what to do, and then they turn right around and they go, well, I don't really have any evidence of this. Or they get questioned and they're like, well, that's all, and they just kind of blow through it and they just keep going, no, we got to get ready for the Civil War. We got to get ready for the, you need to question that, because if they're not, first of all, anybody who wants that or is advocating for that, you need to be on guard for. But at the same time, more importantly, anybody who's telling you what to think, that's who you got to look out for. Because there's a lot of people out there, Donna, who, they fall under the sway of people, and that person is telling them what to think and what to do. And we've got to avoid that.
They're programming them.
Yeah.
For an action.
It's on the right and on the left. It's on the right and on the left.
I agree with you entirely. We're being programmed and bombarded with things full time. And as a very committed Christian, and I'm not saying that lightly, we can be the peace in any situation. We're called to be the peace in the situation. There's always an answer. And when things feel like it's the darkest, when we feel like we're without hope and things are going in a bad direction, that's when God steps in. Right. And that is exactly when our faith is tested, when we basically prove ourselves out, and we make that decision to follow God. And but we don't want to be the ones that like you said, as you said, start something that has no good end, and because of our rash actions, many people are killed.
We don't want to fall for the trap. We got to remember that it's a trap. We got to remember that it's a trap, that they're baiting you, and anybody who's baiting you is your enemy. They're not your ally. And definitely anybody who's telling you what to think, that is definitely somebody to be on the lookout for.
Well, and all things work for good who love the Lord and are called according to His purposes. So even when things look bad, there are goals, or there are things that are being accomplished that God wants to have accomplished. We don't always know what that is. Yeah. We might get to see it someday, but there's a lot of good that's born out of adversity.
I am firmly convinced. I am firmly convinced that Donald Trump winning in 2016, becoming the president, and then losing in 2020 in a way that revealed all of the corruption of the left in the country, as well as the corruption within our own government that was aligned with the left. I believe that, and I have said that from the night that it happened. I've said there's a reason for this. Mm-hmm. And now we look at it, and all of the evidence is there. The Durham report has come out and revealed everything about the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. It was all bogus. We got Elon Musk buys Twitter. I mean, like literally Elon Musk bought Twitter to reveal the evil that was going on. Like that. I mean, that's how God works. God goes big, and you never see him coming when it comes to something like this. Donald Trump, look, America, I love you. Everybody that's out there, Donald Trump lost the election through inappropriate influence by nefarious actors, but the votes weren't changed. They didn't change any votes. They inappropriately influenced people to either not vote or to vote, and so they could win the election, right? They won the election. They got the votes. They cheated, okay? They cheated to win, but they won. And I believe that served God's purpose, and God is using Donald Trump. There's no doubt in my mind. Donald Trump is he is a charismatic leader, whether you like what he says or not. People love him. They show up for him. That to me is indication that God is working in ways that we don't understand. Look, Donna, and I don't say this very often, but I'm going to tell you how much I believe this. I didn't vote for Donald Trump the first time. I did not vote for Donald Trump. I voted for the guy out of Utah because I didn't think Donald Trump had any chance in hell of winning. But I can't tell you how happy I was that he won when he won, because everybody thought Hillary Clinton had it in the bag. She had a perfect political resume. She was Secretary of State. She's the wife of Bill Clinton. You know, all these great things went for her. She lost because that's how God works. And we got Donald Trump. And, you know, and then we got, you know, all this good that came out, the revealing of all the evil. More probably right now, Donna, this is no kidding right now what I'm thinking. Right now, Donald Trump has revealed more evil in the world to people who are not Christians, right? Yeah. The people who are not Christians, all because of Donald Trump. And that's God. Donald Trump didn't do it. Donald Trump didn't do it. God did it. But go ahead.
Look at how many people, it's almost been a revival a revival, because I believe we're in a spiritual war. I really do.
100%.
100% we're in a spiritual war. There's
100%.
so many things going on behind the scenes right now. And we're going to have to choose. Every single person has to choose which side they're going to be on. And I don't mean right or left.
Good or evil.
Good or evil. Are you going to stand for good, or are you going to fall for evil? If your motivation is money, I'm pretty extra sure which side that you've chosen right there. Right. If you're willing to step in front of a threat to save somebody else, I'm pretty sure you're on the right side, because you know what? That's what Jesus did. And sometimes we win by losing.
Well, and I would argue too that you are on the side of good if you're willing to step in front of the if you're willing to suffer the persecution. Yeah. Because that's what it says in the Bible that we're going to go through, is that Christians are going to be persecuted. And right now, Christians that aren't even devout, like, here's the crazy part to me. People who supported Trump that are like kind of just middling Christians, right? Like they believe in God, they go to church, they like Donald Trump. They're just like regular, just American citizens, and they're being persecuted for just those things. Like, literally, they must be a white racist. Even if they're black, they're a white racist, right? Like, that's how crazy this has gotten, that if you support Donald Trump, you are clearly a extremist, racist, regardless of your color. And it doesn't make any sense. It's like, and what does it say in the Bible? What is good will be made evil, and what evil will be made good. And that's what we're dealing with. And that's why we are in spiritual warfare. We are in spiritual warfare right now. No doubt about it in my mind. No way. We are in that right now, for sure.
The great thing is it's really easy to to be set apart right now, because it's so the good and the bad is so far apart.
Yeah.
That, you know, it's not too hard to discern right now. I mean, there's a lot of things out there that we need to actively seek discernment, so that we can see and make some good judgment calls. But it's pretty easy, and it's common sense, and God puts it inside of us. I mean, when somebody says they didn't know that they were doing something wrong, and the rest of us know that you know.
Well, and that would be the thing I would say. That would be the thing I would say about the pedophile ring and stuff like this, where they're running this intelligence operation, whatever they're probably doing. It doesn't matter whether you're going to, in my mind, it does not matter you're going to get the intelligence from the Russian guy. I know that that's why they're doing it. But it doesn't matter. It's still evil.
It's evil.
It's evil. And you don't do that. And only an evil government would condone, or allow, or persist in something like that, or evil actors within the government. And I understand why they might think, if they're an atheist or what, they might think that that's okay, but it's not okay. It's a little 12-year-old little girl who's being trafficked, and there's no justification for that. And they know in their heart, they know that's evil. But
or
they still
6 or 3 or 2. We know we can.
I don't go there, Donna. I honestly, I don't.
I go there because honestly, it's like we talk about everything here, and the horrific crimes that are going on against children. We have to talk about them because people have to come to terms with what we have out there and what has been sanitized, so that we don't really know what's going on out there. But we think we do, but we don't. We don't know how bad it is until all of a sudden somebody starts to peel the curtain back a little bit,
right?
And says, "This isn't about a 16-year-old that looks 18. This is about getting younger and younger, and younger and younger." And it is our job to acknowledge it, and to stand
and to confront it,
in front of that threat, and to confront it, and to say, you know what? This is pure evil. We will not stand for this.
Well, and we've seen that. And that's why I say all this stuff is coming out right now. And it's all, I believe a lot of it is because of Trump.
I do. I mean, I do too. I think he has been one of the greatest persons in history to expose evil. And I mean, pure evil on so many different levels. I mean, I'm to this day, probably forever, he is the rightful president of the United States of America.
I believe it. I don't say it was stolen, because I think that's to me, that's not really what happened. What happened is they cheated. They cheated the American people. And that's the only reason I don't say it, that they stole it, because I believe that they cheated. And I don't, and we got to be careful, because there's people out there. I have family members, Donna, I have family members that still believe that Donald Trump is actually the president, and that Biden is a clone, and, the earth is flat, and, crazy crap like that. Right. Like I hear all that stuff. Are you smiling? I hope you don't believe any of that stuff. Okay. But anyway, do you believe that stuff? Good. I hope not. Okay. So
I look at everything. Let's put it that way.
Okay. I have very close family friends that believe this stuff. And I'm like, I believe that Biden
let me tell you my thing on Biden. Okay. This guy is like almost 80 years old. And this sorry guy falls up the freaking stairs to an airplane, jumps up like a gazelle on the Serengeti, and like prances up the stairs to the top. Ain't happening.
I know some fishy. Look, I will just say some fishy's going on.
It's like some fishy's going on, and he's got like an Edgar mask on. Like Men in Black. Check this guy out. He's like, I'm waiting for him to go like this and say sugar or something like this. He's got a freaking. There's no.
I have some good friends.
He's got a chin. How do you do a chin like that?
I have some good friends who are very high up in the government, who have confirmed that there's some crazy stuff going on, but it's mostly dementia related.
I'm not buying that.
I know. You're not gonna, I know. People don't believe
those are the Men in Black in the government that are enabling the Edgar mask and the gazelle going up the stairs. No, not going to buy that. Not buying that for a minute.
All right.
Their clearance just got revoked by Donna Brandenburg. It's like, to me, you guys, there's no way. There's not many of you that are 50 that could fall, or 60 that could fall up the stairs like that and jump up like a gazelle on the Serengeti. There ain't no way. I look at that. I'm like, have you actually looked at people that are about 80 years old? They ain't doing this. It's not possible. They don't fall 3 or 4 times.
Half the time he's shuffling.
Throw a handful of Skittles in your mouth, and up the stairs they go.
For me, I feel like it's elder abuse. For me, at the very least, it's elder abuse, right? Like, and what's even crazier is that there's all these Democrats all over the country think it's okay. Like, that's like okay to do this.
Yeah,
and like he clearly is not all in. He's not
to abuse all of us, to say that we got a gazelle as the president is not okay. This is not okay. Like, the crimes of Jill Biden's dresses are not okay.
Right.
It's like we can go on and it's not okay to have a chin that looks like I don't even know how he could do this. It's like, or the Edgar mask or whatever it is. But the gazelle thing got me, right? I'm like, I'm so done with Biden the gazelle here. Flying up the stairs like a freaking little unicorn, la da 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 da, throw him some Skittles and let's just move on. Like, no, Don, I revoke everybody's privilege in the government. And I tell you guys, you're all nuts, and I'm not believing any of it.
Yeah, it's a crazy time we live in. Definitely is.
Yeah,
in every imaginable way.
Well, thank you so much. You know, Ivan's going to be on Friday.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, if you are able to come on Friday, I would invite you back.
Ivan and I have been meaning to do. We're gonna do. Ivan is looking at a lot of the stuff with regard to sort of like very focused on the Capitol Police and Yogananda de Pittman and stuff like that. And I have been focused more on the lead up to the event. And so at some point we're going to put our two brains together. Two bald guys' heads are going to collide,
and everybody's going to listen because you're bald guys.
And to the bald, everybody will listen because we're bald. Okay, and I'm going to go through the lead up, and he's going to pick up sort of like the preparation on the Capitol Police side, and then we're going to talk together about the consequences and the fallout. So eventually we're going to do one. But
I will. BNN? I'll ask you. Will you do it on BNN?
Oh yeah, we can probably do it on. Yeah, of course.
Yes, you need to. You need to do it on BNN. And if it's offending to you, I won't even bring up the gazelle. You know. But
I am working on right now my current project. Right now, I have a bunch of current projects.
Okay.
But my current project right now is I'm doing a timeline. Because a lot of the times I hear these people on C-SPAN all the time call into C-SPAN and they say there's no evidence that the FBI did anything wrong and all this stuff, right? And I'm like, okay. So I am putting together a day-by-day timeline going back to 2013 that will take even the most dense person with sourcing for every event all the way up to the November election, and then ultimately on to January 6th. And I'm going to put it out on my website.
That on BNN. I really want that on BNN. So I'm here for you. If you want to put it out there, you want to have Ivan and you put it out there in any incarnation of this whatsoever. Okay. Girl, we'll put it out here.
Okay. So, I love it. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you so much for coming on. I mean, you're a wonderful, wonderful guest and an amazing, amazing amount of information. So I just want to thank you so much for this. And we'll be talking because, Tom is going to be back on here again because I'm going to start bugging him because we will intelligence answers here because I don't see a lot of intelligent life out there. So we could use a little help here in the United States of America. And it seems like you're my guy. So thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And I can't wait to talk to you again.